Hello, everyone. Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabachow, and it's that time, day 7 of the Monarch Millions, and we have a new challenger, Bjorn Lee, and they're going to put $2 million up a piece. Kevin, you excited for this one?
I'm really excited about this one, Randy. I've known Bjorn since 2008, I
Nice.
want to say,
Okay.
and just absolutely one of the sickest poker players that I've ever met. He's played Heads Up No Limit a ton. One of the best in the world by reputation, and just fearless. So I mean, the stakes are huge, and I'm expecting him to rise to the occasion. This is going to be a fun match.
Yeah, Bjorn's one of those kind of hidden enigmas. You talk about best heads-up players in the world, and most players don't really know Bjorn Lee, but if you are in that circle, you definitely know Bjorn Lee. He's beaten the very best out there. He's played a lot of matches with Kaihan Mockery, like Linus Love, and players like this. So I'm very excited here. It's going to be $2 million a piece, 100 big blinds, and it seems like the players are at the table. So let's just throw it down. Game 1, Bjorn Lee versus Monarch. There they are, Bjorn Lee on the left, Ossi Ketola. And these two have never played before. First hand, 8-3 suited. Customary 2.5x from Ketola. A call from Bjorn Lee, ace-6 offsuit. Two pair. Not a bad start for Bjorn Lee.
Let's see if Monarch starts this one off aggressively. He's been known to check back a number of flops, but he'll stab ace-10-6.
Just 25K into 100K. Quarter pot.
I'd say optional check raising hand for Bjorn. It's good enough, obviously, to raise and put a lot of money in the pot. But it's a good one to trap as well.
Well, he's going to go building the pot immediately. First hand, 115,000 is the raise.
Haven't really seen Monarch play too sticky against check raise in the past.
Yeah, hand should be over now, right? Just 8 high. Right?
Couple of backdoors, but I would pass.
Why isn't he folding yet? He has 8 high. Whoa, he's reaching for chips. He's 3-bet the flop to 375,000. First hand.
I don't know if we've ever seen this from Monarch. 3-betting the flop, Randy?
Seems ambitious. Trying to set the tone against Bjorn Lee. He's got top and bottom.
I don't think Bjorn ever expects to be ahead of value. Call makes sense to me. I mean, our hand is really strong, but Ossi representing sets, ace-10.
Turn is the 4. So Ossi just still has 8 high against 2 pair. 850,000 in the pot.
Bjorn, half paying attention. You would expect this is the end of the line. Time bank used.
Is he really going to put more chips in his pot with nothing?
I mean, Monarch has just kind of shown that doesn't mind so much what his cards are. He's just willing to go for it in certain moments. We've mostly seen that on the river, though, Randy. You've got no equity on the turn. Bjorn called 375,000 on the flop. I think it's time to give this up.
Does check it back. Give up is the play for Ossi Ketola. River cards to 7. Shouldn't change the texture too much.
Going back to flop, we don't really think ace-king, ace-queen is here. Does Bjorn just check this one over and hope to get some sort of desperate bluff on the end?
It looks like he is going to go for value, just in case his opponent did have a big ace that opted to 3-bet the flop.
Sizable.
Yeah, 550,000. Ketola still just 8-3.
I don't know, Randy. He's got that look.
I mean, what's he going to do?
We've seen some wild river bluffs from Monarch this week.
Yeah, but I just don't see what he'd be representing. He's got nothing.
All in.
Oh my God, he says all in. Seriously? $1.5 million bluff? Bjorn can't believe it. He's got 2 pair. First hand.
He's not happy about it, Randy.
What hands for value would play like this is the question for Bjorn.
That's just it. You fast play the flop, slow down on the turn. Is this 8-9 or nothing? You don't expect a set to check turn.
It's $1 million more for Bjorn to make the call, and if he can find it, he'll be up $2 million immediately. Just a stone cold bluff by Ketola for 1.5 million. He makes the call. Bjorn Lee wins the very first match in one hand.
Okay. Wait, that was first hand, right?
That was the very first hand.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck it. Let's, yeah. Let's take the stacks back and rematch, I guess.
Okay, let's take the stacks back and rematch, I guess, for another $2 million. Talk about the ROI. One hand, and he's down $2 million.
Anyone tracking the hourly rate at home?
Do the math on that. You're pretty good at that,
That
right?
was what, like a 4-minute hand? 6 minutes? I don't know. Pretty good hourly for Bjorn Lee. I mean, that was a fascinating hand, Randy.
It was, because, Bjorn, he check raised with 2 pair, which makes sense. And all of a sudden, Ossi Ketola decides to 3-bet the flop with 8-3 high, checks back the turn, and then Bjorn bets $500,000. And we all thought Ossi Ketola was going to fold his hand. And all of a sudden, he's like, 1.5 million all in on a stone cold bluff, Kevin.
It was the flop that really threw me. I mean, so different from what we've seen out of Monarch in the past. Just happy to fold to flop aggression, right? They're just taking a stand against what seems like a pretty strong range, and Bjorn just shrugging. If you got me, you got me.
You got it, you got it. And you know what we got? Round 2. They're going to run it back for $2 million a piece, so let's send it back down for this $4 million match. Run back.
9? I don't know.
Okay, let's
Yeah?
Should we make a bet? This
Just
match ends
take
in
my
one
money
hand, too?
quickly before I fly away.
Take my money quickly, he says. 5s versus King 9 suited. And having said that, look at the 3-bet from Bjorn Lee.
Couple of big hands pre-flop here, and I mean, it only took 2 hands to see that Bjorn's playing a lot faster than the other pros. I don't mean speed of play, but King 9 suited 3-bet. This is the thinnest
Right?
we've seen.
We already have $400,000 in the middle. Hand number 2. King 9 makes the best hand, top pair.
I feel like Bjorn has options here. Hand is good enough to put a lot of money in the pot,
Yeah.
but it's
Yep.
also way ahead in some cases, and checking was an option.
I assume the hand is over, but I don't want to make that assumption with Ossi Ketola.
Hey, 5s with a diamond, getting a reasonable price. I mean, you don't love this flop, but heads up, you will be up against some bluffs and have chances to steal it later.
5 seconds.
Don't think it's the craziest float, but Ossi will fold.
Man, I wanted to see the 5 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, 2 clean outs.
Could just end it in
Thanks.
one hand as well here in game 2. But Bjorn Lee up 2 million from the first game in one hand. Up 200,000 here in game number 2 at the moment.
Raise.
Might be a bit of a different pace. We've seen some grindy heads-up matches from previous opponents. I think it's very clear that Bjorn's here to play. And it kind of sounded like Monarch was suggesting that this may be the last day he'll be here in Jeju.
We've heard that before, Randy.
We've heard that before. But perhaps going out with a bang.
Raise 50,000.
2.5x.
It is 200.
Bjorn Lee, he's come in with a different game. 3-betting king-9 offsuit. And getting called by jack-9 offsuit. What a fortunate spot. Another $400,000 pot. This time, 5-4 deuce rainbow.
Check.
Decides to check with the king-9 high.
Yeah, Bjorn may be reading this as kind of marginal showdown strength. Can't fold out ace high, can't fold out a pair. Starting with check.
Another check. 7 of hearts on the turn. No improvement for either player.
Feels like not much has changed on this card.
But what's changed is Bjorn's starting to bet. 125,000.
Equity clearance, I guess, and maybe we fold out king jack, king 10.
Maybe with intentions to double barrel in case he feels there are some ace X lingering that would call one and fold unimproved.
Yeah, and the king of hearts helps, right? Removing some flush draws.
Right, those hands obviously would continue. So another pot, Bjorn Lee. We might not get some grindy games with these two, the way they're approaching it. Which I'm here for.
No, Bjorn's bringing the action.
Raise 50,000.
Don't you think it's also interesting that Bjorn goes for the 2.5x pre-flop, whereas the last few opponents have actually min-raised pre?
Yeah, this to me just kind of, you know, I mentioned before that Bjorn has a lot of heads-up cash experience online. Makes me feel like he just came in here unadjusted from his normal pre-flop game plan. This just looks like what you'd see in a high-level match.
Yeah, why deviate from a strategy that has won you millions of dollars in your career? This one, 9-7 versus King 4. See a 7 and a 4 out there, so Bjorn with the best hand against the bottom pair with the backdoor clubs.
Bet 100,000.
Full pot, huh?
100,000. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for the board texture to bet big. Feeling a little thin with King of Clubs 4. A lot of weaker hands able to get away against this size.
2 pair for Bjorn Lee. If he was a little worried, he's no longer worried. Yeah, it feels like the hands that you were beating in Ketola's shoes now might pick up some kind of pair with the 9 of spades.
Definitely looks like a card to shut down on. If we continue firing here, it's a bluff.
Gives up for now. Queen of clubs. A little bit of straight got there. Flushes. Bjorn's got 2 pair.
It's the kind of river we might get raised on, but feels so important to extract value from a 10. Right now, I'd maybe even bet bigger than 100,000, but some sort of bet.
That's 100,000. Perhaps he feels that Ketola's got some kind of 1 pair hand. Or maybe he can induce a bluff like he did earlier in hand number 1.
Monarch's shown a willingness to call rivers, though, light. We saw a queen high call against Kaihan late last night that shocked us both, Randy.
Oh, is he going to go again for the raise? He already got caught for 1.5 million.
This is not going to work, Randy.
Here it goes.
No way,
Ossi
right?
Ketola, 735,000 is a huge raise, though. He's got a key blocker, the king of clubs. Blocking flushes.
I do like this combo and attacking on the river. I just think that Monarch's image after that first hand is kind of in the pits.
I mean, I'm sure Bjorn's a little concerned, but then again, you just saw a man blast off 1.5 million 2-3 hands ago.
It's a real leveling war, these spots. I know that you know that I look crazy.
You're right about that. And Ketola's the type of guy who could even raise 2 pair on this type of board. 2 pair would be bigger than these 2 pair, if you're concerned. Bjorn folds the best hand. Wow, what a play from Ossi Ketola.
That is nice to just come right back and bluff after you got caught the first time. It really, I think that's what sold it. Hand strength was good enough for Bjorn to make that call. 9 of clubs blocker as well. Like pretty strong hand, but I think just sold on the story. It was so convincing to run another bluff right after you got caught in a huge spot.
Yeah, it just seems insane that someone would go for it back to back oh so soon. And Monarch, he's here to play. I'm here for it.
Pretty good bluff if it was one.
Huh?
Pretty good bluff if it was one.
Confirmed.
We shall see tomorrow.
King 10 versus Jack 10 offsuit.
You had something good?
Something decent. Something decent.
I would say it's better than decent. 2 pair that wins the muck. To each their own. So we got a gut shot for Bjorn Lee. Full pot c-bet from Ketola. Just king 10 high.
Hard to get away from nut gut shot. 9 of clubs, a bit of a dirty out, but 3 very clean turns in the deck to potentially win a massive pot.
Yeah, and you know massive pots can come at any moment. Your opponent doesn't even need to have a big hand. And there's the 9. Look at this card. The straight for Bjorn Lee. Ketola picks up a straight draw and the king high flush draw.
This is action, Randy.
Oh, you know Ketola wants his money back. But he's just going to run into the goods. Just 125,000 into 300.
Check raise incoming.
Yeah.
When we don't block the pairs, there's 2 flush draws out there. It's just way too important to get value now and start building this pot. This is not the hand to trap with.
I think the key point there that you mentioned is unblocking the pairs, meaning that Ketola can easily have top pair or 2 pair that can pay off.
Yeah, I mean, the dream scenario for Jack 10 is we're up against something like Ace 8 or Ace 9, and we just get in a ton of money on the turn here, way ahead.
Makes it 475,000. You in the calling camp now with King 10 suited?
Yeah, I would never play a 3-bet jam here because Bjorn's suggesting to have basically the first nuts most of the time, or just a hand that never folds.
Right.
When he's raising for value, there's never like some thin, 7-8 type hand that might fold to a shove. It's just not part of this range.
Sure, if you're willing to raise with that hand, you're calling off. Otherwise, you would have just check called. Pot now 1.25 million. Pot size bet remaining for Ketola. River card is the 9. Maybe a little bit of concern from Bjorn, but the thing is the pot is already so big. Is it better for him to induce from a combo draw that missed, or just go for value is the question.
I'd like to see him just go for value. Even though ace-7 and ace-8 get counterfeit, they still might look you up. You can straight over straight. 5-6.
He just jams it. Hoping for the best. But Ketola just has king high.
He's not thinking about this one, is he? Randy?
I hope not. There are some heroic bluffs that actually beat you. Maybe some 7x combo draw of clubs. This would be ambitious. But you never know with Monarch, and he is going to fold.
Bluff.
We shall see.
A nice lead here for Bjorn Lee. Up 800,000.
Raise size reduced in light of stack size reduced. 1.1 million the effective stack now.
Makes sense.
Monarch thinking about this. I wouldn't mind a 3-bet with pocket 4s. Especially in the interest of increasing variance. Wow, all in is
Go
a
straight
lot.
to 5th straight.
Big
I don't want
jam.
to worry about the 3rd and 4 bet. That would be a huge jam.
I mean, right idea for 700, 800,000. 1.1 million's a big shove.
Look, he just wants to double up or move on to the next game. That's the mindset.
Oh. You love playing heads up.
Huh?
That's all you like to play. Heads up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the only format that I'm used to.
Oh, okay.
I don't have many hours on poker at all, so.
Got to give credit for Ketola
The
challenging
entry
the
seems kind of lower than on like green games.
challenging the best no limit heads up players in the world. Top pair now for Ossi. Bjorn's got some outs in the form of the queen. Double barrel incoming from Bjorn Lee towards pot.
King 4 does look almost strong enough to think about showdown value. So I wonder if this is a little bit of prep work coming in and thinking Monarch's making too much of a habit of folding pairs, folding bluff catchers.
Yeah, it seems like he's targeting the 6 or the Jack X without backup.
Yeah.
But once he gets called again, maybe gearing his opponent towards the ace that makes 2 pair.
Easy to say from here, but feels like we slow down when no straight draw is complete.
I like checking ace 3 in the spot. Maybe your opponent is just going for it with a king or queen high.
Oh, I mean even when check 2 for Bjorn.
Right.
Just feels like Monarch's mostly going to have a pair with a Broadway gut shot or an ace once he
Yes.
calls turn.
So hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10.
And all those hands are quite liable to call the river or bluff raise the river or do something.
But he gives it up.
I think it's a good shutdown on the end.
But it wouldn't have surprised you if he went for the triple occasionally.
No, I just maybe with another hand, maybe with less showdown value. I mean, we don't expect to showdown king high after betting turn and win, but
Do you think it's better to not hold the king so there's a little bit more combos of pair straight draw?
yeah, like leaning towards bluffing the river with 7-8 or 9-8 for that reason.
Get it? Bjorn's looking comfortable out there. Couple eights. Snowman. You see that flop, Kevin?
Big flops keep coming, Randy. Pair and a flush draw for Ossi. Top set for Bjorn. Sometimes a hand we would check behind, but small bet. Kind of the default play on these monotone textures.
I mean, you can absorb any check raise size pretty much with a set. In case you're up against the flush, you can try to boat up. Couple more outs for Ketola. Can hit the 9 for a winner. Shall we continue to build the pot?
I wonder if Bjorn will read it all into that kind of quick and splashy check call on the flop. Sometimes Monarch more deliberate, other times acting fast. Easy to say with the cards revealed, but I just got that impression that if he's not thinking about check raise on the flop, he's probably not nutted.
Right?
So a little more reason to just keep betting.
Yeah, if your opponent's not nutted on the flop, even if they turn like a 2 pair, or maybe even a straight, they might not look to raise with a flush out there already. Which is good for a hand like a set of 8s. That means you don't have to face a check raise. You can still get value out of pair straight draw or big diamond. And here we are, 410,000 in the middle. River card's the queen of diamonds, so Ketola makes the flush with the 10 of diamonds in hand. We've actually seen Ketola lead on cards like this, with and without the flush.
Yeah, it's potentially dangerous if Ossi checks. Bjorn will certainly check behind, but a lead could get him in trouble. Definitely reasons to pay off a set if you think your opponent's capable of turning weak pairs into bluffs.
Nice lead from Ketola, recognizing the 10 of diamonds is good.
Big size as well. It's easy to read this as more polarizing. You might think like, oh, king high flush minimum, but here's Ossi with the 10 high flush.
I feel like the bluff for Ketola is something like a 7-9 black, some kind of pair straight draw that doesn't have the flush.
Yep. And if Bjorn's watched any of the tape this week, that's realistic. We've seen Ossi do it.
Makes the fold with the set of 8s. It's only put in chips when he was good. Got away. Do want to take a little time here to let you guys know that we appreciate you guys watching these $1 million Monarch Millions matches. Thank you. Thumbs up would be appreciated. Subscribe. Or keep an eye on the YouTube chat. Queen 9 versus Ace Queen. Should be a 3-bet from Ketola.
Sizing dependent. We might continue Queen 9 offsuit.
Let's see.
200's a little pricey, but it's close.
He hasn't instant folded, which some of the other pros have done, but he does eventually relinquish.
Sometimes when it's close, we consider 4-bet bluffing, and Bjorn had that look for just a moment.
Yeah, perhaps he doesn't have enough data points on how aggressive Ketola is playing pre-flop at the moment. Ace-Jack with the 3-bet. Even like Ace-Jack, some of the other players weren't 3-betting pre. So here we are, 400,000 in the middle. Ketola, Queen 5 of diamonds. Flops the flush draw, but look at Bjorn Lee. He's got Ace-Jack high with the Ace of diamonds on a King high texture that rates to favor him. It's a $1.25. Queen high flush draw, decides to play it as a call, 650,000 now. And the flush gets there, pairing the 7, Bjorn with the Ace of diamonds in hand.
Dangerous spot for Lee. See, yeah, he does check it over. Ace-Jack can still be good at showdown here, and check calling turn, depending on the size, is still a pretty realistic option.
Yeah, I think it's kind of risky to double barrel Ace-Jack on this type of run out. If your opponent has a King or 7, they're going nowhere. Sometimes with the 7, they just pile it in, and you don't really want to get blown off with your Ace of diamond nut flush draw. Just 175k. And it makes sense with his hand, right? Because sometimes your opponent could be just drawing near dead.
Yeah, this is nice. I think Monarch kind of suggesting he's as thin as like Ace-4 suited or pocket 6s or something like that, which is definitely a type of hand that wants to get a little value right now and then check back the river.
Yeah, had he gone too big, maybe Bjorn Lee hero folds some kind of pocket pair between the 7 and King that's black. In comes the call. Ketola needs to dodge a diamond. Wow, that run out is so bad for flush.
Yeah, I guess we just go check now and take this pot.
Because you might lose to a hand like queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, king, of course.
Yeah, it's quite easy to make a full house at this point.
$1 million pot for Ossi Ketola.
Flush.
But perhaps a little okay with it, given he was up against Ace-Jack. I wouldn't be able to pay off. I mean, maybe too early to call it, but I'm already feeling like this might be the best Monarch Millions day so far, given the way they're playing.
We're likely to see another 3-bet pot here. Ace-9 a step up from Queen-9 offsuit, and now 100 big blinds effective.
At least call, right? Occasionally 4-bet bluff.
I think that's the default play.
So another $400,000 pot. Ace-9 versus Queen. See a Queen, followed by a King and a Deuce. However, Bjorn Lee does have that Ace of Hearts. Might come into play.
Yeah, I think Ace-9 with the backdoor flush draw good enough to face a small bet, but not a big one. Monarch's done plenty of checking out of position in the past. I would really like it with this hand.
Yeah, you like that? Checks it over.
We're just so likely way ahead or up against a king when we have 2 of the queens, right? And if we're up against a king, we're going to see Bjorn betting regardless. We don't need to bet ourselves.
Exactly. If your opponent's going to build the pot for you with a king, You might as well check, and then you can induce bluffs against hands that are practically drawing dead. 200k from Bjorn Lee.
Monarch's going to need to slow play this to win the max. Bjorn setting up multi-street bluffing potential here.
You always know a part of Ketola is thinking is, if my opponent has a king, I kind of want to build it now.
Yeah.
It looks like he is going to try to build now, which is unfortunate for him, but I do like that. I mean, he did go slightly large. Just hoping he's up against the king.
It's understandable. We want to get all the money in now, if that's the setup, but I think in a heads-up environment, I would rather see check call. The king is so likely to put in more money anyways, and we would have allowed a weak bluff like ace high to
Aggressive, very aggressive.
fire it off.
So Ketola to the lead. Up 500k this match. Couple fours for Ketola. See bet and take. By the way, Kevin,
Yes.
apparently I was supposed to have eaten the best hamburger of my life. It was not, but thank you.
You did eat the best hamburger of your life. You just don't know it.
I just don't know it. Apparently you traveled 15 minutes away by taxi to get it for
true.
me and the team. Definitely not a 5-star review, I'll tell you that.
Wow. You're a harsh critic, Randy.
And that's out of 100.
Where's That's a good one.
Sevens. 3 bets to 200k. Ketola's got queen 9 offsuit.
Very tempted to quiz you, Randy, to figure out your actual taste in burgers, but I'll let this hand develop.
Of course.
I don't think Monarch's done with the queen 9.
Part of me agrees with you.
Oh.
Oh my god, he just jammed queen 9 offsuit. The 7s just call because we saw Kaihan Mokri call off. With 7s, he does call, and we have a coin flip. Queen 9 offsuit versus 7s in pre-flop. 2.87 million will be the pot size. And if Ketola can find a queen or 9, we're going to move on to the next match. Bjorn can't believe it. He's up against queen 9 offsuit. Let's see a flop dealer. 8, 5 deuce, 2 diamonds. Good shape for Bjorn Lee.
Backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight draw.
Oh, the queen on the turn for Ossi Ketola. Can he hold to be even against Bjorn Lee? It's the 4. Reset the tally. 1-1.
Yeah. What's next? I guess we keep going. Same.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are back to the booth. It sounds like the players do want to play another match, but Thoughts on the queen nine versus sevens, Kevin?
I mean, bit of a punt there and just finds the queen on the turn. Monarch is up the aggression pre-flop just kind of across the week, and it's in his favor to do so, right? You don't want to let the pros sit back and just make comfortable post-flop decisions. Fortunate there to run into a coin flip against 2 sevens.
Who punted? The man who lost with sevens, or the guy with queen nine offsuit?
I mean, that sounds like a philosophical question more than a strategic question, Randy, but I agree.
But I think we do like to appreciate the action the players have been giving us. They've both been very aggressive pre-flop, but just attacking. Of course, that game one ended quickly on hand number 1 when Ketola went for the bluff. But shall we go down to the next match? Another $2 million match. $2 million apiece, that is. $4 million total. So let's send it down.
Yo, Josh, can you summon tea? Maybe they have like ginger lemon tea. Thank you.
Did he say summon tea?
He
That's
did.
a
Yeah.
very Monarch way to say it. So once again, $2 million apiece is the buy-in. Blinds 10K, 20K. Round number 3. First match went to Bjorn Lee. Second match to Ossi Ketola. Ketola now into profit. Raise 200 instantly. Jack 9 offsuit.
We might see Bjorn continue this one. 4-3 suited is close. He's just seen how much action is getting put in with the queen 9 jam. You start to think your opponent's out of line pre-flop. 4-3 suited plays just fine.
Not so fine anymore, as this board is all Ketola with the open and the straight draw. The checking strategy from Ossi Ketola. Whether he's got the goods or a draw or air, he has been checking 3-bet pots as a pre-flop raiser. Best hand now belonging to Bjorn Lee, but I'm not so sure he's going to be confident with it. Bottom pair.
Depends what action comes. If Ossi activates here, I'd like to see a large bet. Just kind of represent all those traps that he's shown to be capable of, and we're not really looking to get thin value on this board with a couple Broadway cards out. That looks
Well,
like a sizable bet.
Is that enough for you, Kevin?
It's honestly, yeah, I mean, it's hard to be critical of this bet size. It's just good. We're representing like king, queen, pocket aces, hands that trap the flop.
And he downs the best hand. I like this version of Ossi Ketola. Very aggressive, very fun to watch. The queen 9, I guess we just get it in pre. Just kidding, Kevin, by the way.
If Bjorn gives the opportunity.
Come on, 3-bet one time. He 3-bets. Oh my god, if Ketola rips it in, I would just lose it. I'll lose it. He jams.
All in.
Oh my god, he jams all in. I don't believe it. I do not believe it, Kevin. What are we watching? $2 million of queen 9 offsuit.
One second. Yo,
Talk
do
to
you know,
me.
Is the yesterday's game now going live at the moment? And
Randy, how did you call that?
I didn't really call it.
Well, like
I thought it'd be crazy for him to do it.
earlier you called, what was it, like a week ago now, you called deuce of diamonds on the turn. Like, that was so much more ridiculous than calling the deuce of diamonds on the turn.
I don't know. Me and Monarch, we understand each other.
The
Just-
parlay of needing Bjorn to 3-bet the king 3 off, and then Monarch being willing to just pile 2 million with the same hand.
That's so crazy.
For the memes, Randy.
It's for the memes. The street poker is live. The Finnish street poker. But this has to be the best day of the Monarch Millions. I already know. Look at this instant 3-bet from King 10 suited. Down to 9 to 5. Send a 9 to 5 to Ketola. Bjorn makes the call. Top pair versus the bottom pair. Ketola's been playing a heavy c-bet strategy today. Wouldn't really expect him to all of a sudden start to check top pair.
And pretty large sizes in general, 75 to 100,000.
Yeah, we've always seen 3/4 or pot so
Not-
far.
Not sure the jack 3 of diamonds can even hold on for this amount. Bjorn is going to call. No backdoor flush draw, just the 1 card backdoor straight draw.
A worrisome card for Bjorn Lee. In case he was up against straightiness. Nine five has a gut shot. Shoot a double gutter.
Yeah, pretty good hand to bet turn with.
It's
This?
a huge bet.
Yeah.
Ketola really just putting in max bets over and over again.
It's hard to deal with this strategy.
How did water?
Especially when you don't make hands.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say is unless you just get dealt top tier hands,
40.
facing those sizes is... You don't want to just become a hero.
Okay, 9-8 offsuit makes it 200,000. Bjorn's got king jack off. Can't fold when he's seen the man put in millions of dollars with queen 9 offsuit. This one is actually top pair for Bjorn Lee. Ketola's got a gut shot.
Huge flop for Bjorn's hand.
I think we're both wondering, is Ketola going to check his gut shot in this spot?
I wouldn't put it past him to check raise.
Seen him do it in the past. Does check.
And the king jack would invite it, I think. I mean, your hand qualifies 400,000 in the pot, 1.2 million back. Bjorn's looking to get stacks in here one way or another.
Yeah, I like betting in the spot, especially on the king high texture before. He bet folded with ace 9 offsuit. Might as well bet when you actually do have it. $150,000 is the price for the gut shot. In comes the call. Pot brewing to 700,000. Pair of eights is going to get Ketola into some trouble. It's got showdown value now.
I suspect more money is going in. The 8's not enough to slow down Lee. And Ossi clearly interested in this.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy if I was Bjorn Lee with King Jack. Kind of want to charge the straight draws and flush draws that exist.
Thing is, you don't expect that many of them once he's 3-bet pre-flop. You're thinking generally more high cards, more pocket pairs.
And again, Ketola just plays range in 3-bet pots. If I hear what you're saying. Okay, here comes the bet. 315. South of half pot. You never know what's on Monarch's mind. Hit one of the better turn cards for his hand.
I think check calling is standard. We'd seen Monarch play these low stack to pot ratio situations so aggressively in the past. I didn't want to presume, but check call is nice.
And he makes 2 pair against King Jack. Ossi Ketola. He might even just lead jam into the King Jack. You could see it, right? Not wanting a king to check it back.
I think lead would be nice.
There it is. Puts Bjorn Lee all in for his remaining $710,000. Tough spot because he knows that Ketola is capable of making some heroic bluffs.
Backdoor spades missed. You could put Ketola on ace high spades. 5-4 suited. Even just a weak pair like ace 6 offsuit might arrive here and then decide to run this bluff. It's hard to fold getting 3-1 on the end.
Just trying to break down this line that Ketola has taken. But then a part of you just remembers the man bluffed off 1.5 million in hand number 1. He does fold.
Wow.
Correctly. Preserving $700,000. Big lead now for Ossi Ketola. The man known as Monarch.
That's a nice fold. I don't know that I could have found it.
I don't think he's confident about it. But he does get to live to fight another day. Queen 10 versus 9-7. Queen 10, the best hand at the moment. Couple checks. Let's see if Bjorn goes for another check and maybe even call bet against 9 high.
Kind of feels like the standard play with this hand strength, but depends on Monarch's bet size, of course. There's going to be some full houses that he checks down to the river and then bets, but we've seen this fairly often with just the missed trash.
Well, the missed trash has bet $35,000. And Bjorn make a queen high call.
Looks a little too cheap to get away. Yes, it could be ace high, value betting thin. But there's quite a lot of this middle of the deck air.
But Bjorn's shaking. Folds the best hand.
Nice bluff there. I think 35K might have even spooked Bjorn a little, sizing up like that deliberately small bet on the end.
Yeah, it took him some time. It's like at first he grabbed 4 blue chips, which is a min bet, and then he added a little bit more.
Can't help that they've been playing, like Ossi's been playing all week and the blinds are different every day. So I think there's legitimately some calculations needing to be done. Like, wait, how much is in the pot right now? That doesn't make sense. What are the blinds today, this morning?
The mandatory raise for Ketola of King Jack, or just regular raise, given that Bjorn limped the button that hand. Queen 9-6. Pre-flop raiser is Ketola. We're checking. River card. Best hand for Bjorn Lee.
Not mandatory to go for value here. But the 5 is good enough.
Puts in just 25K.
Little block bet. We've seen Monarch willing to call king high and similar hand strengths in the past, and I think it would be reasonable.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
4 of clubs, kind of an annoying card. Doesn't exactly do us any favors, but
Loses 25K with king high, but it is nice to kind of see how thinly your opponent is value betting. And if it is a bluff, then it's better to learn about it early in the match. Limping strategy for Bjorn Lee, also 35 bigs. Ketola obliges. Nice top pair.
Check.
I like to see that check over to the button. Maybe induce a bet.
Check.
The 7 of spades. It's a fun one as Bjorn picks up a pair and a flush draw.
Check.
you're unlikely to think his hand is best against 2 checks.
The
Wow.
straight. For Ketola. And Bjorn's got a hand that can pay off a bet.
Yeah, I think the turn check back very under-repped this pair of 7s.
Ketola.
He check a 3rd time.
He did, and he did induce the second pair to go for value. Now seems like a good time to go for check raise with the 6. 25K from Bjorn Lee.
Raise 105.
Makes it 105K. And now you just don't know. Am I being run over? Or is my man getting hit by the deck?
It feels like a reasonable bluff catcher. You'd mostly expect this to be a flush. Although Monarch has occasionally used such large overbets that this one, relatively cheap, right? Just about a pot size raise on the end. Maybe signaling that he could be thinner for value. It's another nice fold from Bjorn.
Yeah, but he can only make so many more folds before he's down to $0 in this $4 million heads up match, round number 3.
Raise 50. Pass.
Few people in the chat
5,000.
correctly pointing out Asian Flushy is the online screen name of Bjorn Lee, for those familiar. I think he made a bit of a name for himself in recent years by participating in that coin poker cash game challenge, finished near the top of the leaderboard.
You see this? 4-2, a royal flush being dealt. And you know Ketola's going to 3-bet king, queen suited.
This just goes in.
Raise 100.
Well, when
Makes it
Monarch
100K.
makes it 100, we don't need to 4-bet jam ace 10 suited. Sometimes we're just walking into better hands. Like the ace-10 suited good enough to put all the money in, but when given the option to just flat in position, maybe that's what Bjorn will choose.
Right. Is there more value in leaving some garbage hands in there and maybe save yourself against hands that dominate you? So we will go to a flop as you expected. 200,000 in the middle. Both players with the backdoor clubs. Jack high texture.
That's 125.
Let's see if Bjorn Lee wants to continue against 125k. He's only got 550 back.
Feels like a clear call to me. We're still ahead of any bluffs. That didn't improve on the jack. Really quality backdoor draw.
He's in there. Both players making that quality backdoor draw that you just mentioned. Bjorn can get right back in this match. There's a good chance that Ketola just attacks. Pot size remaining.
Does feel like the ideal kind of hand to pile the turn and try to get ace high to fold.
Right. The only problem is this ace high has a club draw to go with it. So there's the call.
Showdown, please.
King queen versus ace 10 of clubs. You heard the words. $1.3 million pot. Very likely to go Bjorn Lee's way. 6 outs for Ketola. And those outs do not get there. Bjorn with the check mark. 1.3 million plays 2.7.
Full stack.
Huh?
Could have been a lot worse if I actually had chips.
435.
Wash down that beat.
How much was the pot?
435.
I don't know, I had 700, the 600k to start.
Two solid hands here. Ace 10 offsuit versus queen jack off.
4. Check.
Could be a nice fight here. Ace 10 versus queen jack.
Bet 75.
3/4.
Large c-bet makes sense to me here. Not going to generally see much check raising from Bjorn in the big blind on ace-king high boards.
This call makes sense as well. Turn cards to 7 of hearts. No flush draw for both. Perhaps the tricky juncture on how to approach ace 10.
I wouldn't mind a check behind, but certainly it's strong enough to go for value. Queen jack without a heart. Feels like it just has to give this one up.
5.
Which it does.
$40.
Raise 40. 4.
So pocket jacks with the overpair. Feel a little bit optimistic. Ketola might continue against a bet with queen 8 high. Would it be reasonable?
Call me optimistic then, Randy, because I'd be continuing with the 8 of diamonds.
4.
Well, you're both in agreement. And that 8 of diamonds now turns a flush draw.
Check.
It's always coming backdoor.
Check.
Jacks checks it back. Queen high. for Ketola.
I think it's a good enough run out for the queen high that we don't want to turn this into a bluff.
So unnecessary.
There's just a number of straight draws that have missed. So Ossi's going to have like 9 high, 8 high. A little bit too often to convince Bjorn to fold a big hand.
Do like that check, but we should see jacks go for value against a 6x or a flush.
90.
Bet 90.
Let's not rule out the possibility of queen 8.
That's right.
Monarch could call this on the end.
You know, Monarch could also represent quad 5s. He did hit quads once.
It's going to
This
take
week.
a big raise to claim that you've got quad 5s.
It's like, can I put more chips on the table?
$2 million not enough, Randy.
2
We
million.
got to take out our checkbook.
2 million's enough for me, but for them,
Take out the
Deed
deed to
on the
our
house.
house. What are we gonna do? Just here's the keys to my Lambo.
might have to visit the loan sharks. 6-5 suited versus ace queen suited.
40.
Raise 40. Raise 20.
Snap 3-bet from the suited connector.
Ace queen suited's good enough to 4-bet. Ossi's been pretty active pre-flop. I don't know if Bjorn will read the speed of this 3-bet as strength or
5 seconds.
just assume that this is pre-designed for
Foreign.
any
He
hand.
just rips it in. That's unfortunate for 6-5 suited.
Yeah, you want to see a flop there. Not that Monarch did anything wrong, but just annoying to face the jam instead of a call or a small 4-bet.
Right, it's not like Bjorn's been 4-betting a lot anyways. Couldn't really foresee that coming.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Forty.
Raise 40. Call.
Okay, pocket threes versus the king jack suited. No third crab. It's still the best hand.
Check.
Crab, that's your name.
I know, that throws me off every time, Randy. Because I've never referred to a 3 as a crab, but
Oh,
it gets called out a lot in the booth here.
it's the Kevin Rabbit in Ketola's hand.
Every time I hear it, I'm like, oh boy.
Oh, the crab is no good.
Pocket
Perhaps it was
crabs.
off.
Check.
How do you feel about your hand?
It's not looking great, Randy.
Bet 60.
Not the best board for 2 3s.
Ah, but it calls. Take that pot, Bjorn Lee. Ketola representing my co-commentator, Kevin Rabichow. You owe him 60,000, by the way.
I don't. I don't have like a legal contract
Pocket
with
threes.
pocket 3s.
Raise 50.
And if I did,
Call.
I haven't been collecting royalties for quite a while. I mean, they can win as well. Nobody's sending me any checks in the mail.
It's because you're supposed to be paying out.
Check.
Okay. Top pair versus top pair. Gonna need a pair to the dangler to scoop this pot though.
Bet 55.
See Bjorn playing this one cautiously. Traditional to check. Over to the pre-flop raiser on the king. He might think that a strong king is going to bet bigger in this spot, which is why Lee pausing here to maybe contemplate a value check raise.
Call.
Ends up just calling.
Check.
It's a little bit scary. Doesn't look like it's gonna stop Ketola. No, it does.
Chop.
Chop.
The slow reveal.
$40.
Raise 40. Bluff.
It's already game number 3 and it's been about an hour and 10 minutes or so.
Raise 50. Bluff.
Appreciate the shout outs in the
Electrolyte.
chat. We are watching live with you.
The electrolytes have been summoned by Ketola.
$40.
Raise 40. Raise 200.
In comes 3-bet.
Fold coming next.
Electrolytes to 3-bet. Where are you guys tuning in from? Let me know in the chat. Maybe I can give a little shout out during our downtime.
Raise 50. Call. Check.
Bjorn with middle pair. Decent kicker.
Check.
Check.
That's a nice development for Bjorn. His opponent picks up third pair with the queen kicker. And a snap verbal check from Ketola. 10's a bit dangerous.
Yeah, these board changing rivers have generated a lot of action in past matches. Understandable value bet from Lee.
It's going to be hard to lay down for just 50K with the 7. Perhaps his instincts is right. Nope. Makes the call. 8's good for Bjorn. We got a lot of people in the chat. Finland in the house. Sweden, Helsinki. Lithuania. Arizona, Birmingham. Hello. South Korea. Okay. Jeju maybe. Barcelona. Canary Islands.
Raise 40.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. It's so much fun throughout this week. Especially to have Kevin Rabbitown in the booth with me.
Thanks, Randy Lou.
Thanks, Randy.
Since you haven't been calling out your own name as well.
I find it weird to call out my own name. But thank you for looking out. What a team. Iceland in the house in Belgium. Burma, Singapore, Norway, just everyone all over the globe. Montenegro. Love to go back there.
40.
They're going to name every single country at this rate. We have a Jack 10 suited versus Queen 8 offsuit. A little bit of a gut shot for Ketola. 2 overs. Not too bad.
Jack 10 suited likes
Bet 60.
this flop as well. Bjorn going to size up 60K into 80K.
So 3/4 spot. Called.
Ossi not stepping away from this gut shot. His opinions on this draw have changed over the week.
This gut shot's a little better in a sense it's got the overs. I think it's the inside straight draws that doesn't have an over to the top card that he's not that interested in.
Check.
Either way, we've certainly seen a progressively looser and more sticky strategy.
Yeah, that's been very obvious. Queen high, currently the best hand. Probably a tough card for Bjorn Lee to go for bet, check, bet if he gets the option to do so.
Yeah, this not the greatest board development to represent kind of spot where I would expect both hands to take showdown. But Monarch sizing up an overbet, 275.
Wow, it's a pretty interesting bet. Works. Wesley from Australia, hello. My part of the woods. You're Canadian, right, Kevin?
I live in Canada, yeah.
But you're American or are you Canadian?
Well, I'm a dual citizen now, so
Oh.
I guess I could just say yes. That's the simple answer, yes.
In which province or whatever it's called, territory?
I'm in Ontario.
Ontario. Anyone from Ontario in the chat?
It's a pretty big place.
Okay, so maybe not.
I would hope so. Maybe not. If we've got viewers tuning in from Iceland, where the chat seems to not believe internet is accessible, I can guarantee they have internet in Iceland. A funny story that I'll save after this hand wraps up.
Let's 2-pair for Ketola. Let's see if Bjorn wants to try to steal this spot. Clearly it would not work, but he gives up.
Ossi gonna size up a bet here.
Kind
So-
of feel like the overbet's coming.
I'm just gonna assume Bjorn's folding this one and start my story. So I was thinking back to when I first met Bjorn. He was a heads-up player
60 pass.
online when I was at my first World Series of Poker in 2011, and for a few days we shared the same house. He wasn't there for the whole summer, but he was in the house for a few days, and there were these two guys from Iceland. Hope one of them's listening, or both.
Okay,
I won't just put them on blast, but
go on.
let's say one of them has played on the Triton stage before and one of them has not, which is pretty incredible to me, but I'm getting sidetracked.
Continue the story, man.
Point is, we all played Heads Up No Limit. There were 2 Heads Up No Limit players from Iceland in this house, and Bjorn came and played overnight against one of them for like $200 a game or so. Like, we were playing small to mid stakes at the time. But Bjorn was such a grinder already. This is 2011. They literally just started playing a home game at like 1, 2 in the morning. I went to bed. I woke up the next morning. They were still sat at the exact same table, still playing Heads Up No Limit like 9 hours later.
So Bjorn's using Iceland bucks 14 days later
Just
to battle Finland's Ossi Ketola.
Those guys were great. Great fun.
Raise
That was such a good house.
pass.
And did you battle Bjorn at all back in the day?
We played. Yeah, I mean,
Here and there?
we were kind of
Raise 40.
coming up together. And in a way, I don't think,
200.
competing for the same, I don't know, place in the lobby necessarily, kind of just
Sure.
playing around the same time, playing common opponents.
Fair.
I didn't play against Bjorn a ton, but we squared off from time to time, and most recently, when Run It Once Poker ran the Legend Showdown, it's like a cash game invitational event online during COVID. I want to say 2021. I did play a match against Bjorn during that event.
Got it.
Raise 50.
No 3-bet from ace 10 offsuit.
Check. Check.
Ketola picks up the gut shot. I mean, the open and straight draw against the gut shot. Looks like he is gonna
Bet 75.
bet with it.
Ace 10 more than good enough to continue. Ahead of bluffs with the gut shot for backup.
Call.
There's the call. $250,000 now in the pot. Backdoor flush arrives.
Check.
Just never know if Ketola's gonna bring in one of those meaty bets. He is. He doesn't need a heart in hand. He's gonna try to rep that flush. 420.
20.
Hero call opportunity for Bjorn. Ace high still beating bluffs. Backdoor hearts blocked with the 10 of hearts.
It's tricky against a guy like Ketola who can value bet more than just flushes for these sizes.
Yeah. That is leading to the fold. I think that against a more strictly polarized player, maybe we think the ace 10 has better calling properties on the end. But what if we're just up against queen 9?
Sure. And the thing is, Ketola would size up with just a single pair hand. Or occasionally just turning a single pair into a bluff. It's very dangerous calling down with, you know, quote unquote, good properties in your hand
Yeah.
against a man like that.
Bet 25. Call.
The 6 giving Bjorn Lee the best hand.
Check.
Excellent run out for Bjorn Lee. I wouldn't even fault Ketola for betting for value with the 4.
Yeah, it's similarly good looking for 9-4. Pretty blank run out. Often going to be unpaired. Here's that big size with thin value. Is it too much hand to fold?
I think so, given how Ketola's been playing. You can still pick off some 3 and 5x that are unpaired.
Yeah, there's definitely bluffs available.
And if you know your opponent's value betting a 4 in this manner, or even more so, you gotta call. So he does. Sounds exciting in that room.
Pass. Just 10.
10, yeah.
See some people just tuning in. This is round 3 between Bjorn Lee and Ossi Ketola. 1-1 is the score.
40.
$2 million a match per player. Bjorn was pretty short in this one, down to 600,000 or so, is that right? And on the comeback train,
That's right.
almost even.
On the comeback train. Still going in the right direction. Trying to get to at least even and hopefully the end goal of $4 million.
200.
And he 3-bets Jack deuce suited.
Again, just looking like one of those hands that you would find in a heads-up pre-flop chart. Like this, just the specifics of playing Ossi in this environment, not stopping Bjorn from just sticking to the game that he knows.
Yeah, I think it's good because you do want to just pick up some 2 big blinds, right, from your opponent. Protect your own big blind here and there. It's not like Ossi is calling every single 3-bet. It's very clear he's not.
Oh. Check.
Very acceptable board for Bjorn Lee.
Bet 25. Call.
Getting called by worse.
Check. Check.
Standard procedure thus far. And no improvement for Monarch on the river.
I would be happy trying to show down Queen High, but you never know what Ketola's thinking.
Check.
Yeah, I like that.
Showdown, please.
Queen.
Queen no good. You know something small I've noticed is that the other day with Kaihan Mokri, during showdowns, Ossi would kind of announce his hand sometimes, and then he wouldn't want to show his hand for the winner. But whereas here, Bjorn's just like, okay, I just flip up my hand. It's all good.
Yeah.
Different cast of characters.
Yeah, there was a little more. I mean, we saw actual negotiations happening at the table, but even just like that game of who's trying to get more info from the other was very apparent, I think, from the beginning.
Yeah.
And because Kaihan was doing it, Ossi bought into it as well, and was just like, all right, this is the game we're playing.
But I think Bjorn's just, whatever. Let's just keep the game going. It's a very
Raise 50.
small bit of information to try to withhold.
All business so far.
I like it. Keep it moving. So we do move to an open and a straight draw for Ketola.
Check. Bet 75. Pass.
You good at remembering avatars online? Like, I don't know why, but I remember Bjorn out there as Asian Flushy. I thought he was rocking like a Bruce Lee avatar. Does that come to mind at all, or no? Blank.
I don't
face?
remember.
Never mind. Moving on.
Check.
Got me curious, though.
Thanks, Kevin. Really just helped me out there. This is going to be very helpful for Ketola. Top pair.
Bet 75.
Look at the Jack-9 attack.
Call.
Instant call from Ketola. King 4 makes 2 pair. Runner, runner. Perfect, perfect.
Hearts completing is dangerous for Lee. Reason to find continued aggression. Maybe just thinking that he can fold out anything shy of a king.
I could see that. Try to target the 5 or 7.
Check.
He gives up wisely.
Bet 420.
420 once again.
Pass.
Not sure what had Lee so suspicious about that one. Really taking his time with the Jack-9 high.
Guess he's just wondering what these overbets mean.
And even piecing together how he can use them to his advantage in the future.
40.
Raise 40. Raise 200.
It's all about the man instant 3-betting you before you put in your chips. Ace 5 suited. Wins it.
Yeah.
Both players making top pair.
Bet 25.
That was interesting. Ketola was about to bet 2 white chips and took it back and decided to go with 1 white chip for 25K.
Check.
There are many ways to chop this pot.
Yeah, the 7's still playing for now, and Bjorn picks up a gut shot to go along with his top pair. I think again he might be tempted to go for a thin check raise, just like that King 4 versus King 3 we saw not long ago. Gave this a real think when facing 55K on the turn.
Goes for the call though.
Check.
So the kicker will play King 7, as you can see, and Ketola might value on himself in this spot, trying to target the 10 or 9x.
Wow.
Bye-bye chips. But
And going
it's
for the
420
big
once again.
size.
It's the 3rd time he's bet 420K.
And this is why we've said, Randy, you have to kind of just pay off absolute strength hands. Because this kind of mergy,
It's betting 420 into 260.
it's 1.5x pot.
It's pretty uncomfortable for King 7.
This size typically reserved for 2 pair plus on this kind of board.
Call.
Makes the call. And what great news for Bjorn Lee, who levels the playing field. Wins that $1 million pot.
That's the kind of misstep that we alluded to earlier, Randy, when your opponent just kind of wakes up with a hand that's too good to fold. The downside of those really big bets being realized.
Raise 200.
Yeah, he just kept wanting to bet 420. Eventually he got called. Punished the 3rd time. Instant 3-betting the next hand and winning.
Pass. Raise 50. Raise 200.
Been a lot of 3-betting as of late from Ketola.
See if Lee can resist temptation to 4-bet bluff. He does.
But you know it's crossing his mind like, I need to attack this guy soon. Of course he would have ran into 2 9s, but he doesn't know it.
Yeah, none of the hands that Ossi has 3-bet are unreasonable thus far. I mean, all within the realm of standard pre-flop.
Raise 50.
Heads-up games just seems like the stuff that's supposed to be, you know, 50-50 or 25-75 is full frequency.
Check.
Right.
Check.
Well, the flush draw diminishes in value when the 3rd ace shows up. But still gonna attack. Feels there's outs against king highs. And the king high makes the call. Doesn't hit any out.
Usually we want to slow down with 2 clubs in our hand. Harder for Ossi to have a missed draw in the end here. Bjorn does shut it down.
Nice little call there. Queen jack of clubs versus 10-9 suited.
200.
Another 3-bet from Ketola. Now clearly queen jack of clubs can take a flop, which it does. Pot now 400,000. 7-6-4, 2 hearts.
Check.
And a check from Ketola.
We saw him check call the 9-8 on King 6-5 after 3-betting a little while ago. Here checking a gut shot again.
3 of spades, so a 5 would put a straight on the board, which would chop it. Let's see if Ketola wants to bet or not.
It is hard to represent a 5, but Bjorn would mostly bet the flop with hands that improve, I think, on this turn. So even if Ossi had like ace-king high or some overpair that slow played, he could bet this turn. And I like a small size. This is appropriate.
So 125k. Does have a gut shot to the clean nuts, which is the 8. Bjorn just has queen jack high. He's
To go
done.
to the washroom real quick.
Sure.
Okay, sounds like there's a little bit of a bathroom break, as you just heard from Bjorn Lee. So, in terms of this third game so far, what do you think's going on?
I mean, Bjorn's done well to claw out of a hole, right? I mean, he found a difficult call most recently with the King 7 against King Deuce, and I think what I pointed out before and what I want to call out here is that Monarch got kind of stuck in that bet sizing pattern. He was going for overbet after overbet, right? And eventually just went too thin for value. So we hadn't seen that yet until this third round, getting a little bit too greedy and Bjorn being able to pick up a few good hands.
Yeah, it's very key for Bjorn to see that it was such a thin value bet, which makes going forward like he can call down more lightly, more confidently. But I do think it's very clear, though, that Monarch has been 3-betting relentlessly.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen Bjorn pausing on opportunities to 4-bet, pausing on hands that look like kind of just straightforward folds. I think he's trying to piece together how out of line is this guy.
Yeah, so $2 million apiece in round 3, and it seems like the players are back in their seats from the bathroom break. Let's send it back down.
Good to go, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Pass. Just that.
Slight lead to Ossi Ketola, round 3.
Pass.
Game 1 went to Bjorn Lee in one hand. Game 2 to Ossi Ketola. Jammed the queen 9 offsuit into 2 7s. And here we are for round 3.
Raise 50. Pass. Raise 40. Raise 200.
Here we go again.
Pass.
3-bet queen 6 suited.
Pass. Raise 40. Call.
So a min raise and a call. Broadway with the backdoor clubs for Bjorn Lee,
Check.
although not much for Ossi to contend with.
Bet 25. Pass.
That'll do it. I will say this, they are playing these matches a lot earlier today, so more room for more games to be had.
Raise 50.
Obviously negotiations will happen after each game. But we're here for it, presenting this to you.
Check. Check. Check.
Tap the table. So this pot will chop it up if they check it down. Bjorn looking to keep it for himself. Full pot.
Pass.
Take it all, sir.
$40.
Raise 40. Call.
Bjorn opening this time with the Queen 4 offsuit and Monarch flopping a whole lot of nothing.
Check.
After a check back and the king pairing on the turn, feels like Bjorn is going to continue seeking showdown.
Bet 30.
Well, he will bet.
Pass.
Quite thin for value, but clears out. Small amount of equity there. Wouldn't have minded to see a check back to bluff catch river.
Raise 50. Pass. Raise 50.
See if Monarch continues to 3-bet these types of hands. Not indiscriminately 3-betting. Flats king 3 of diamonds.
Check. Check.
And a quick check back from top pair.
Check.
It is somewhat typical for Bjorn to be playing cautiously on a monotone board. Still no reason to go for value when the 4th spade rolls off. And let's see if Monarch wants to bluff at this. King high, no pair. 3 to a straight, 4 to a flush.
Bet 50.
Understandable 50K, and I would expect this to get sniffed out.
Call. Showdown, please.
Even on this board, we don't check back top pair twice to fold for half pot.
Raise 50.
Randy, if you're looking for a good Bjorn Lee pun to use, just check out the recent chat.
Will do.
Tim Sullivan, bravo. That's solid. 3-bet from Queen 4 offsuit.
Yeah, Queen 4
Call.
versus 5-3 suited.
Does feel like ever since the 4-bet all in came, Bjorn kind of polarizing on his 3-bet strategy.
Right, so hands that's okay with just getting 4-bet and instantly
Yeah.
folding.
Seen a few bluff 3-bets and not as much like thin value, which I think is a smart adjustment.
Well, he's up against the double gutter.
Check.
Takes the free card. Double gutter doesn't get there, but does pair to 3.
And this could get Bjorn in trouble, having so little showdown value and a 4 in his hand. Flop checks through, so you start to rule out some of the strongest hands. Let's see if Monarch can hold strong. 320,000.
Starts to get a little bit dangerous, and he
Oh.
folds the best hand.
That's a great result for Bjorn to get that through against 5-3 suited. I think that was strong enough to call. Got away with a bluff.
Yeah, he didn't give it much thought. Perhaps he just didn't read Bjorn to bet so big with a bluff.
It's also been unusual for Monarch to see in 3-bet pots his opponent to show up with something so dusty, right? Like normally you just have suited broadways, big pocket pairs. It's hard to have trash.
Right now he doesn't know that Bjorn has been 3-betting so light occasionally. Two pair for Ketola.
Bet 100.
This one of those funny spots. Ace-king suited can beat bluffs, but if Bjorn recognizes that Monarch's sometimes going mergy, too thin for value, it's a lot less attractive to call hands like this. That's a nice fold.
Raise 50.
Battle of the suited queens.
Check.
Check.
Only one of them with the backdoor flush draw.
Monarch free rolling unless someone folds.
Currently the price is 35K.
Call.
In comes the call.
Check. Check.
Oh, both players make queens and threes. You know, there is a world where it gets very interesting. Bjorn goes for value and Ketola makes one of those super upsized raises. You can see how it could be super uncomfortable for queen 3 if Ketola all of a sudden says 720.
If it's that big, I agree. Anything within the realm of like 400,000 or less, I think
Yeah, probably just gets
Bjorn's
snapped off.
seen enough out of Monarch to just call with 2 pair.
Raise 300.
So just 300,000.
Just. But I have to agree, this price just too good to make a habit of folding 2 pair.
Any merit to re-raising once again, or too thin?
I think it's too thin when 2 different straights complete. Like, sure, you could make the argument that King Jack or Jack 8 wouldn't play this way at various points, but there's just too many of those combos.
Come on, please.
Well, he makes the call. Chop it up.
Okay.
Okay.
Break even's not bad.
I mean, when you get snapped off and your opponent turns over their hand, you're going to want break even.
Pass. Raise 50. Raise 200. Pass.
So we're back to $2 million apiece.
Raise 50. Pass.
Though Bjorn was on the ropes at some point in match 3. Down to about 600K or so. Haven't seen Ketola in that territory yet. 863.
Check. Check.
Okay. Some interest there.
Yeah, after checking through, Bjorn makes pair of fours and a pretty good bluff catcher if Monarch decides to start firing.
Goes for 3/4 pot.
Reasonable bluff candidate. Hoping to get king and ace high to fold. Ace 4 too good.
Makes one call. River card to 6. I would say that's a good card for ace 4.
Yeah, we feel a lot better about bluff catching. 420 incoming.
420.
Bet 250.
No, just 250. Full pot. Kind of annoying spot for ace 4.
I think we just have to pay. Queen 7 actually a little bit strong to be bluffing on the end. There's a way that Bjorn arrives here with worse.
Take it, sir. Bjorn with the lead.
Raise 50. Fold. Check.
654.
Check.
Well, the sixes made 2 pair for Bjorn Lee. Looks like he's going to do the betting himself. An overbet.
Yeah, we don't see much aggression on the ace turn, but Bjorn with such a strong hand here. Willing to represent even better than whatever Monarch has after checking back in on the flop.
Raise 50. Raise 150.
I felt this coming, the 3-bet from ace 5 offsuit.
150 might be
Small size?
affordable enough for Queen Deuce suited to continue.
Call.
Yeah, he flicked in a black chip. Bottom pair for Ossi.
Couple of backdoor draws for Lee.
Check.
It's tempting to start bluffing this kind of hand, but I wonder if Bjorn's getting suspicious that the checks from out of position are just mostly strength. I don't know that he's seen a check fold yet.
Yeah, I don't recall a check fold either. But the Ketola ace 5 is dribbling up a bit with the third spade. A deuce now for Bjorn Lee, so some showdown.
Yeah,
Let's beat
check,
ace highs, right?
check hand strengths at this point.
Check. Showdown, please.
Indeed.
Raise 50.
Let's see if 9-8 suited decides to shoot it up. It does.
Pass.
It's a good 3-bet, and we're continuing to get more evidence that Monarch's not out of line against 3-bets. Just no reason to deviate. Bjorn sticking to the plan.
Raise 40.
Ossi might be in 3-bet happy mode. Yeah.
Raise 150.
I
You
mean,
know
he's
it.
got ace-9 suited. This is pretty mandatory.
Pass.
You can just feel the energy, you know, when he's 3-betting ace 5 offsuit, which is not something he does all the time.
Also feel the pace with which he's playing. I mean, Ossi's playing fast the last 30 minutes or so.
True. So Ossi has 3-bet the last 2 hands. Maybe a third time? King 10 offsuit? Kind of think he might 3-bet this, to be honest.
Raise 200.
Yeah, just feel it. You know it.
Enough is enough, Randy. We got 2 6s. Let's see a flop.
Well, if we see a flop, there will be 400,000 in the middle.
Call.
There's that call. Wow, look at this board. Both players with an open-ended straight draw. Bjorn's got the bottom one. Ketola with the top end. But 2 overs versus the under pair.
Very dicey flop for
Oh.
the pre-flop 3-bet range.
Both players have a heart, too. Keep in mind.
Monarch checking, I think, the right decision here, and Bjorn's not going to be thrilled to build this pot either. I like a check back.
Well, the straight comes in from Bjorn Lee. A bit unfortunate for Ketola in the sense that some of his outs are in Bjorn's hand. The 2 6s.
Also, after check, Monarch might feel like the door is open to run a bluff. We've seen him be pretty active in these spots this match.
Check.
Does check it over. There's 2 flush draws out there. Your opponent's hand does look relatively weak to check flop and turn on this texture.
With 150.
So the smaller side is bet 150 from Bjorn.
Call.
Quick check call from Monarch. Getting a price.
River card's the ace of hearts. Ossi has the king of hearts, which blocks some flushes. But he has just king 10 high. There is a chance he leads, trying to represent some kind of ace, I suppose.
I think it'd be a good spot to lead. Bjorn's line.
Whoa, he just jams all in for 1.4 million. There was just 700K in the middle. And Bjorn's got the straight.
I think he's calling Randy. 6 is 6 of hearts. We've seen enough out of line maneuvers from Monarch. We can't be folding this hand.
Can I get a count?
It's a 2x pot jam. Is he going to call?
Monarch getting the shoes on. Getting comfortable.
Of course, he's worried about the flush. Jack 10 seems unlikely given the line.
We've just seen some thin value kind of overplaying. Are we ever up against ace 9 even? Ace 8?
It's a 2x overbet jam bluff by Ketola for $1.36 million.
5 seconds.
Call.
Makes the call.
Well done.
Showdown.
Well done. Well done, Bjorn Lee. Back in the profit,
I think I
Up.
cover.
$2 million.
Yeah, you cover.
So this is 1.3 we're already here. Yeah, I covered 100%.
Well, it looks like players are discussing whether they're going to continue to play another match, and Ketola, with King 10 offsuit, opted to lead jam 2x pot, trying to get some kind of hand to fold, but Bjorn Lee makes the right call with the 6.
I just felt that as soon as the ace of hearts rolled off Randy, I was like, oh no, this match is over for Monarch. I've just seen too much. I mean, you can't blame him. He was holding king of hearts 10, crazy blockers in that spot. He arrives to the river very, low in range. almost no chance of winning the pot. I understand the temptation to bluff, but just you run into a great bluff catcher and a great opponent. You're not going to get that one through.
Yeah, and you can also see how he might not put Bjorn on a 6 too often. Like, Bjorn
Yeah.
can just bet a single pair in that moment, trying to protect against 2 overs
Yeah.
and things like that. But good news for you guys. The players have decided to play a 4th match. So the first match went to Bjorn Lee in one hand. Match 2 went to Ossi Ketola, and match 3, as you just saw, went to Bjorn Lee, who is currently up $2 million. So we're going to play for another $2 million apiece. Let's send it down.
10 20.
Match number 4. So today, from a lot of the all-in bluffs from Ketola has been, well, they've been bluffs, right? The all-in plays. The other day, we saw a bit more value here and there.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Ketola adjusts and maybe try to trick his opponent with a big value jam at some point.
Oh, if he gets dealt the cards, I absolutely think that line is going to go the same way. You know, he's... Something that Monarch has done well is when he's dealt number 1 or when he's dealt his very best hands, he just asks for all of it. He's using his image pretty successfully to get paid in big spots.
And remember, he won the biggest pot in televised history against Fox and using that image in a single raise pot where he had a full house against the flush, $11 million pot.
Raise 50,000. Cool. Check.
So the 7 does pair for Ketola.
Quick check back.
Bet. 75,000.
Look at King High go.
Cool.
Second time that Lee has gone for a turn probe with not much equity and unsuccessful once again. 8-7 far too strong to fold.
Oh, he's reaching for more chips. 200,000 into 250. Interesting. Bjorn.
Just playing off of the draws completing. Maybe thinking sticky ace high or a weak pair just won't call often enough on this run out. It's just a no equity, no blocker bluff.
Not going to work.
Picked off.
Nice one, Ketola. Early lead here in match number 4.
Raise 50,000.
Seems like the chat's very happy that
Cool.
the matches are continuing. As I am with Kevin Rabichow. See an 8. Top pair. Quite solid.
Check. Check.
The 9 is definitely going to change things. 1 overcard to the board. 4-liner.
Check.
Lee might be tempted to bluff here. Rapidly losing showdown value as the board comes 4 to a straight.
75,000.
You will try.
Cool.
So nice call by the 8 on the turn.
Check.
Monarch checks it over on the river. Board changing Jack of Diamonds. If we're Bjorn,
125,000.
I think the check is a pleasant sight, thinking that maybe hands that improve on the river are leading.
Wow. Another nice call from Ketola. And he doesn't have to show because Bjorn Lee just mucked the cards. Didn't want to show how loose he was bluffing. No connection.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised at that one. I would have been curious to see Monarch's cards in that spot if I got looked up on the river.
Yeah.
You want to know if you just got kind of coolered by like top 2 pair or if you actually got called light, right?
And that was a little light there. Third pair.
Raise 175,000.
3-bet.
Raise 50,000.
Okay, 2 suited connectors. Let's ramp up that aggression.
75,000.
Shall we take 3?
Time to see a flop. 6-5 suited. Well, good enough in position.
Check.
Whole lot of nothing for both players.
Yeah, but Bjorn can't just stab. He knows his opponent is the type to check made hands as well.
Check.
A quick check again. That's actually a little scary.
Yeah, I like this from Monarch. I think when we've got absolute nothing here, we want to kind of check down to the river and then activate.
Right. Make it look like you've got some kind of pair that's not strong enough to bet just yet. Looks like a good spot to stab now with 4 high.
But 350,000.
It's a full pot bet. Trying to rep the 8. Maybe a jack or a queen.
Bjorn's got total air here, Randy.
Is he thinking about repping the 8 himself?
5 seconds. All in.
Wow, he just jammed all in with 6 high. He doesn't believe Ketola's got it.
What a find.
Oh my god, what a read. Nice play from Bjorn Lee.
That was sick, Randy.
Jeez.
I was wondering when Bjorn has been tanking in some of these spots that felt like unnecessary, if he was starting to think, okay, I've seen this guy making big bets with marginal hands. I've seen this guy making big bets so often. He just doesn't have it every time, right?
Right. And perhaps he felt that if his opponent actually had an 8 or better, he might go for an overbet, for example.
That's true. It was 350.
So
We've
exactly
seen
pot.
overbets. If his read is just an 8 would have gone bigger. I don't think he got it.
So definitely pays to pay attention to every single hand.
Check. Bet 60,000.
60K. I mean, there is a reason why they say Bjorn Lee is one of the best heads-up players. But a bit of a hidden talent. Primarily plays heads-up, but certainly has been grinding over in Macau for a long time in the cash game streets.
Yeah, great deal of experience in various formats.
He's not afraid of high stakes. That's confirmed. Just going a stone cold bluff with 6 high there. Wow.
It was a pretty sweet spot too, like very logical spot for him to have an 8. Check back in position twice. Middle card pairs. Now it's like, okay, this is a card I can represent. So I think even if Monarch had like King Queen there, it's just
He might have to just fold.
it's just a nasty spot. I think it's very credible, and you might get a big fold from top pair.
But given the information Monarch had, like, I think he played the hand quite well with the 4 high. Like, it's in line with having value, but he got one up by Bjorn Lee.
Bet 75,000. Cool.
See betting call.
Check. Check.
Bjorn improving. The queens
pair.
and 7s.
3 pair gonna seek value, perhaps.
Check.
Just checking, hoping to catch a bluff.
Yeah, it's not that he doesn't think he has the best hand. He just thinks there's more value in inducing from a bet check bet line.
Wow.
He baits the ace 10,
250,000.
goes
Yeah,
for
and
full pot, and he
this-
gets snapped.
Greedy from Monarch. Ace 10. Probably just the right hand strength to show down, and decides to put in the extra bet anyways.
Yeah, I feel like the gear is shifting towards just pure aggression for Ossi. But he's got a man that's willing to play back at him.
40. Raise 40,000. Fold. Fold. Raise 40,000. Raise 150,000.
So a 3-bet. Queen Jack offsuit, 150k. Bjorn's got ace 4 suited. Should be happy to call in position.
Cool.
Another 300k pot. And it comes Jack 4 deuce. What a great spot for Ketola. Top pair against middle pair with good back doors. And he goes for the sneaky check.
This where Lee
Check.
is going to want to find a check back, and he does. Threat of check raise.
Picks up the gut shot. Does Ossi want to build the pot? Looks like he will. Throws in 200k. Realizes that Bjorn hasn't been doing the betting for him. Ace 4's not bad.
No, we have to call here in position.
Cool.
2 black chips is 200k. Pot now 700k. Oh, wow. The 5 to make the wheel for Bjorn Lee.
It's very common that Bjorn will have ace high in this line in position, calling 3-bet. Check, check, flop. Ossi should recognize this. Try to show down this pair of jacks.
5 seconds. Check.
He's gonna try. Oh, Bjorn sitting there with the ace or the straight. Some kind of bet to try to get a crying call out of the jack. Seems nice. He's got busted hearts in range.
20,000.
320.
Yeah, half pot is nice here. Bjorn can still bluff with missed hearts. Maybe even a sticky call on the turn with king queen high.
But mainly busted hearts, right?
Those are the mandatory ones.
It's pretty annoying for Ossi Ketola.
5 seconds.
No heart in hand doesn't help Ketola. Which means that Bjorn could have those busted hearts.
Yeah, it does make this a somewhat attractive bluff catcher. Even block ace queen, which is likely to arrive at the river here and go for value.
He's gonna make the call, and Bjorn Lee wins this $1.34 million pot, taking a sizable lead. This $4 million heads-up match, $2 million apiece. He's up about 1.2 million this match. Up $2 million overall. That's locked up with the win in match number 3.
Raise 50,000. Fold. Cool.
Back to the limp, given we're playing about 40 big blinds. Effective.
Check. That's 20,000. Fold. Fold. It's just 10, I think. 15.
Wait, I was small blind, right?
Yeah, you were the small blind.
Yeah,
You folded the small blind. Now I'm the small
I
blind.
gave you 25, you gave me 15.
Is that correct? Yeah, yeah.
That's correct.
Didn't I lost a big blind, right?
No, you lost a small one. You bottom a small one.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck, I need more sleep. I thought I stole 10k from you.
You've not been sleeping enough
Yeah,
this trip.
well, I just slept 12 and a half hours, but maybe it wasn't enough.
12.5 hours of sleep.
If it's the first night you've slept in 6 days, then yeah, it's only about 2 hours a night.
But look at this. It's 2 pair versus the straight and the flush draw.
20,000.
Ketola's actually a slight equity favorite.
Huge flop for Monarch.
He might just play this one fast. But he plays it slow and just calls. Doesn't make the straight or the flush.
Kind of situation where Bjorn's going to be inclined to size up. Disconnected board.
75,000.
This nearly pot, 75k into 80. Ossi's hand is strong enough to just call, but obviously check raising's an option.
Oh, can take it back, yeah.
Yeah,
Misclick.
no problem.
Raise to 225.
Okay. He wanted to raise to 225, which is even better for Bjorn Lee, given he's got 2 pair.
All in.
In a jam from Bjorn Lee, Ketola's just going to gamble, right?
Does feel like we're priced in once we raise. Reasonable change once the size is 225, but this the intended spot.
He gets a better price when he makes it more.
2 pair.
2 pair versus
Yeah.
all those outs. 34% equity.
Big draw.
That's a big, big draw. $1.5 million pot on the line. Can Monarch get there? Keep this one going. And Monarch hits the flush. He's back.
$1.6 million.
725. 35.
I was a little bit worried for Monarch because when he gets sleepy and he loses matches, he likes to up the stakes drastically. But here we continue match number 4. 1.6 versus 2.4 million in stacks. Advantage Bjorn Lee. Are you okay with that check raise with 10-8 of clubs in that spot, Kevin? I think it's all
Yeah.
right because you can fold out other high card draws, right?
Yeah, the goal would be to fold out a bluff mostly, because 10-8 just low enough in showdown value.
So something like a king jack, king 10.
And there's even like an outside chance of getting it in against a worse draw when you're faced with the jam.
Sure.
So I do think it's about a pot-sized jam we have to call off at that point.
Raise 50,000. Cool. Check. Bet 75,000.
Okay. We'll see bet and take. Very interesting t-shirt.
It's only just noticing that. Guess he
Yeah.
had the sweater on before.
Yeah, just no color. I thought it was weird.
50,000. Cool.
Pocket nines with the raise. Called by king 3. It's a nice overpair.
Check.
Sizing up appropriate here. Not going to get action from the king 3.
Small little toilet break, it seems, for Ossi Ketola. Little bit of time to breathe after doubling up with the 10-8 of clubs, and I guess you're saying that it's okay for him to kind of go with it and kind of force to call off.
Yeah, I thought there were a few different opportunities for them to get that money in. Check raising the flop, totally plausible, and then we just get all in on the turn through a jam and a call. But as played, we expect to fold out some bluffs. We expect to occasionally get like one pair to feel uncomfortable, and then they just flat and we see the river. So nothing really to do. A bit of a cooler, but obviously there's a lot of ways for that for the money to go in that hand.
Yeah, it's always nice to kind of just at least create that situation where you can have fold equity and take it down without having to hit your hand, which he tried to do. Unfortunately, he did run into the queen 7, but more fortunately, he hit that flush on the river, and it does seem like the players are back in their seats, so let's send it back down and resume match number 4.
Right.
Base 50,000. Check.
One of these king ties has a pretty good draw. That's Bjorn Lee.
Check.
Gets there. Nut flush.
But 175,000.
Greedy size on the end. Almost 2 times the pot.
Just hoping any diamond can call. He actually got a non-diamond to call.
Nice.
King, queen high. Snapped it.
Hero call from Ossi, gone wrong.
It's kind of funny. Both players have called with king, queen high on a 4 flush.
Need to end this fast, so we get out of the micro stakes.
We want the 6 million that badly. Yeah. All right. Let's get there.
Ossi Ketola just announcing he wants to get out of the micro stakes. $2 million a piece is micro stakes. I don't really want to know what high stakes are for these two. And maybe we just see a gear shift immediately from Ossi Ketola.
Base 50,000.
I mean, is 10K, 20K a small game for you, Kevin?
I feel like the definitions have moved quickly this week, Randy.
Yeah, small blind is only 1 WSOP main event buy-in. Big blind is 2.
It's the smallest game that's been played on this stage.
The rate's 50,000. In absolute worst case scenario, we can like buy out of the previous game or something.
This game?
Yeah, if somehow it takes that
And
long.
how much time do we have?
We have not like 90 minutes.
90 minutes.
To start, and if
Should-
if he start, then they will. Like it just
Oh.
cannot go post 4 a.m. So
Right, but if we start before it's 4 a.m.,
yeah,
they will stream it.
we start 3:59 and they will stream
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
I thought maybe it was like the flight to catch situation that was keeping them on this clock,
Yeah,
but it
that's
sounds
plenty
like
of time.
the goal is to squeeze in at least one higher stakes match before the cutoff point.
But it's funny because if we do get this match to extend even more, Ossi is announcing that he is willing to buy out
40.
of this match.
Usually these games take like ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes in one hand, sometimes in 200 hands.
Yeah, I think that was the record so far.
It's hard to break that record.
Yeah, very hard. Suppose the all-in pre-flop would get it done a little quicker, but still would be one hand. But it's very clear that Ossi Ketola wants to play a bigger match after this.
Check.
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 So Bjorn makes the flush, and it's up against 2 pair of Ketola.
He's checked the river.
Wow, he checked it 3 times. I don't see how Ketola could fold to a check raise, especially if he wants to end the match soon.
Let's see what Bjorn chooses for sizing. Anything on the table. You're guaranteed to have the best hand with a jack-high flush after turn check check.
550K. Checked it 3 times, and all of a sudden, More than $500,000 is the check raise. Pretty tough for 2 pair for Ketola.
And it's tough to fold a big hand when this is the kind of spot that you yourself are capable in. Like, this going to look familiar to Monarch. Like, oh, I've bluffed this way a number of times. He can see how the bluffs are built here. That's a nice fold.
Great fold, especially for someone who says he would like this match to end quickly. That's really nice.
I wonder how much that played into the decision as well. You know, you've just essentially verbalized, I'm okay with this ending quick. Is your opponent really going to bluff you in that moment for, you know, give you a chance to end the match?
That's a very good point. Perhaps he felt that Bjorn was going a little greedy, expecting a lighter call down. But Ossi got away from 2 pair for very cheap. Called by King High.
Great turn for ace-6. Bjorn doesn't have to bet a second street, though. He's got the ace as well. Makes it a little harder for Ossi to have something that calls him on the turn. No interest in bluffing this time. See if Bjorn can extract value on the end.
I mean, his kicker is quite good. In case he's up against another 6, his kicker would play. $105,000.
$375.
375 check raise from Ketola with King 7 offsuit. How do you respond to this? Especially against a guy who said he wants to end this to play bigger.
It's been so much river raising throughout these 4 matches. You can see the cards. Monarch's out of line here. I'm not sure that Bjorn has all the information. It's very credible that you would have 3 of a kind.
And he folds the best hand. Well done, Ossi Ketola. Very well done. And I guess that's one of the problems of going for thin value bets against a customer like this. He knows how to spring to life. Do you think the guy on the right on that shirt is grinding the Triton Poker Plus app? I don't really know what's going on the left, but that's what it seems to me.
Makes sense why he'd be so captivated, Randy.
Right. Ace is 3-betting against ace 10 off. Called. Just 8% equity. Interesting one. Ossi with a gut shot. Ace 10 high. Aces. Is aces.
Option to bet big here for Bjorn. Kind of polarizing spot. This just north of half pot. 220 into 400,000. Ace 10, 10 of spades looks too good to pass up on. Else we can make a big read.
Yeah, he's probably between call and raise. Call makes the most sense with position. Try to spike that queen. Maybe ace is good. Spade could be helpful. Gets the pure blank.
awkward with just pot behind.
What bet size to go for Bjorn?
5 seconds. Bet 400,000.
Trying to bet a size to get called by both the king or the jack. But it's just ace-10 that's into the muck.
I think it was nice not to just jam there for pot. Ace is so far ahead. Even against something like Queen 10, which probably folds to a jam but calls for half pot.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're gonna get chips from King X anyways. Might as well
40.
increase the chance to get your opponent to put in chips with a poor hand. Especially even if it's like Queen 10, you're blocking 2 of the outs with the aces.
3-bet from Monarch to 100,000.
Very small.
Quick call from Bjorn.
Got middle pair. Jack 10.
Check. Check.
Bjorn getting out of line in this spot. Perhaps he just thinks it's some air that's going to give up. And comes the call from Ketola. Jackson 10s versus the 10-8.
I think that'll save Lee from continuing any bluff. We're ahead of some weak pairs now. Even if Ketola were to lead, I don't think there's anything to be excited about with 10-8 of hearts.
Seconds.
360 in the middle. Ketola goes with 200K. Let's see if he is disinterested as you expect with 10-8. It's hard to imagine hands you beat, right?
The only tricky part is that we have a 10 and Ossi kind of claiming to have improved on the 10. But ace-queen also improved, queen 9 improved. Ossi doesn't need to have a 10 in his hand in order to have liked this turn card.
Yeah, really nice fold from 10-8 despite improving.
Base 40,000.
Total profit locked up so far is $2 million for Bjorn Lee. Here in match 4, although he is up 1 million in this specific match. walks.
Deck. Can I get my hat?
Monarch requesting his crown.
40.
Raise 50,000.
Just some simple pre-flop raises and walks as of late. On to the next hand, and another walk. There's been like 3 or 4 walks all of a sudden, which hasn't really been happening in this game.
Yeah, quite some card distribution on the last 4 or 5. Someone getting dealt bottom 10% every time. I've also seen Monarch play a little more conservative as he gets shorter. So, you know, hands like Jack 5 off, maybe playing when 2 million deep, not playing when 1 million deep.
Once again, another walk. Seven deuce and 3 deuce. Okay.
At least they're suited, Randy.
Time to raise. Too much folding as of late. 100K in the middle. Just nothing for both.
Bjorn's been willing to stab turns with just trash.
Just 20K a min bet. And it works. What a great price on that bluff.
A min bet with 3 deuce.
Yeah, he's telegraphing his hand.
Is that a little smirk out of Bjorn? Like, can't believe I just got away with that one.
Small bet, small hand. Big blind raise.
9 deuce suited. Probably was planning to fold against 80K. Sees the 60K. Bjorn shrugs and says, okay, let's take a flop.
Right. Position, suited hand, and nothing on the flop.
Pinky check.
That turn card is something for Ketola. Picks up a flush draw.
King 9 has showdown value.
Yeah, shouldn't need to turn itself into a bluff.
If Ossi checks, though, I think Bjorn will be bluffing.
Well, he's actually turned his King 9 into a bluff. Didn't expect this. He'll win it, though.
Raise 50,000.
Bjorn with the call. Perhaps doesn't want to build a pot too big, given the more shallow stack of Ketola. Does make top pair.
This ace 9 suited is very strong. After check, not surprised to see a big bet from Bjorn.
Bjorn's been grinding. Doing well. I feel like I know what Ketola's going to do with 2 5s and $1 million.
All in.
Yep. You knew it, didn't you?
What's the score now? 2-1 or 3-1?
2-1.
Felt inevitable. Bjorn stepping a little out of line with Queen 3-0. Gets punished.
Ossi can't remember how many games they've played today. It's 2-1. 2-1 for Bjorn Lee. It's a nice flush draw for Bjorn Lee. 10 high texture. Ketola has the backdoor diamonds. 3-2 wheel. Yeah, he's going to continue. And he continues with check raise almost min.
I think I heard 40,000 announced by the dealer when
Okay.
that first bet went out. I could be mistaken.
Okay, so maybe a 3x check raise. Regardless, though, King 9 suit, it's going to want to continue. The King of Diamonds on the turn. That gives Ossi a flush draw after check raising the flop. But Bjorn, he picks up top pair. And Ossi checks it.
This is where Ossi's been able to avoid disaster in the past. But he's turned a great deal of equity here, and Bjorn likely to ask for more.
He wants to bet a size that a 10 doesn't hero fold. Makes it 175,000. Ossi gonna try to hit that diamond. $680,000 pot. And the nut flush comes in for Bjorn Lee.
Honestly, I thought of this card as a worst case scenario for Ketola. We know how often he considers river leads. He's totally missed here, but a different draw has completed. A classic spot to think about activating.
Oh, he's jammed it all in and he's bluffed it all off. $800,000. Gone. Like that. Into the nuts.
Okay, so we got time.
So you want to play the big one next?
Yeah, you want to put down 6?
Yeah. Can we take a short break though? Like 5 minutes.
4 minutes, currently.
4 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so we're back to the booth. So they are in a little bit of negotiations, need a little tiny break, but that means that Bjorn Lee won match number 4 for $2 million, won match number 3 for $2 million, also won match number 1 in one hand, and then Ketola won match number 2. So the total tally is he's up $4 million, right?
We are, 3-1 for Bjorn. He's up $4 million at the moment.
He's up $4 million, and I have heard that they are going to up the stakes, and it sounded like $6 million a piece, but it's actually going to be $8 million a piece. A $16 million heads-up match, Kevin. You excited or what?
This is the biggest stakes we've seen, am I right? I mean, $6 million was the max against everyone else. He's just decided to go $8 million against Bjorn here.
Guns blazing in the final match. Or at least we expect it to be the final match, given the number, what time it is out there. So let's get going. $16 million match. Ossi Ketola, also known as Monarch, versus Bjorn Lee.
You do that, so I'm printing money now.
Haven't we all done that at some point?
I'm doing it right now.
40,
I have to put 80.
80.
40,000, 80,000 are the blinds. They have $8 million in front of them. Oh my God, this is so sick. I can't contain myself, Kevin.
How does that feel when you're up 4 million? You feel like you're putting together a pretty good session and your opponent's just like, how about you risk losing 4 million?
Right, because a proper martingale
day.
is, you know, another $4 million match, so I can break even, right? But you're not free rolling this, Bjorn.
But we're playing for like 6 million each. But it's 8 million.
No, it's you have well, there's 8 million of exposure against me. You know.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, that's the point.
Right. Oh, that's because of the side.
Yeah.
8 million.
Dengi. Hattu. Hattu. Hattu.
This is the biggest match in cash game history, televised. And it's queens versus 10-9
so
suited
over.
at the moment.
The hat
Oh, the hat is on. The marshmallow hat.
Did he say it's so over?
He's so over. He's excited.
Marshmallow run good incoming.
Oh, yeah. This is the original hat that Ossi showed up with the first time he visited the Triton stop. And he's going to 3-bet to $800,000, Kevin. And queens certainly going to 4-bet, I would imagine. What's the play? What's the price?
$2 million.
$2 million with queens. Is Ossi going to play if 10-9 suited?
I mean, it's traditionally a call against 4-bet. Monarch's been very active pre-flop in the past. You gotta think that Bjorn is capable of stepping out of line from time to time. But on the first hand,
Could be a 4-bet pot. Ossi makes the call. There's $4 million pre-flop and $6 million back. What's the flop? Ace 7-3 rainbow.
clean as it comes for Bjorn Lee.
But it's pretty scary to see an ace out there.
Monarch gonna think this through. Gravity of these stacks clearly not lost on him.
He's led $1 million into 4 in a 4-bet pot.
I think this is gonna look suspicious to Bjorn. Couple of things, right? Hesitation pre-flop before calling. You would think big suited aces, ace queen, kind of happy to put money in, right? This feeling like something more marginal. And now stealing the lead on the ace high board.
He makes the call, 6 million in the middle. The turn is the king of hearts. Ossi just has 10-9, but Bjorn's got 2 overs to worry about now. But would Ketola ever play an ace in this manner? That's the big question.
Just all the cards that you would normally think are favoring the player who 4-bet. Ace and a king on board. Ossi slows down.
Slows down for now, which is a sigh of relief for Bjorn Lee.
Bjorn's gonna have to check this hand or bet extremely small to try and freeze the action. But there's no reason he couldn't check. a set of aces or a set of kings in this spot as well. He does try to freeze the action.
Yeah, just 500,000 into 6 million. Trying to set his own price. Just praying he does not get check raised here.
So hard to give up a pot this size. There's 6 million in the pot. And your opponent's tossed out a single orange chip.
A single orange chip is $500,000. If Ossi can just find a magical check raise, he might be able to win this pot. But how can he? $6.5 million pot. $3 million in profit that hand for Bjorn Lee with the queens.
Not only is that a huge pickup for Bjorn, but when Ossi check folds to that 500K turn bet, I think he understands that was a dusty one, right? No doubt that was a very weak hand.
That's true. Ossi Ketola dusts off $3 million. Decides to limp next hand. Maybe a little rebate here. Club draw for Bjorn Lee.
Looks like a probe is coming. Half pot, 80,000. It's an uncomfortable spot for 10-9 without a club right away.
Gonna keep Bjorn honest for now. So the 9 still good.
Bjorn understandably gives this one up when the board pairs. No greedy value incoming? No, just the showdown.
Don't mind that. Doesn't have to show because Bjorn just mucked 7-4.
$160.
Raise 160.
You know, a
Yo,
min raise.
Is my espresso coming?
It's 80.
Okay.
Then is it?
He put 40. He put 40.
He
It's
gave
80.
me 40.
Yeah.
So what's up? So I
Even
should
25.
25.
It's 80, not 40.
He only gave me 40.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Didn't I give you 40?
Isn't
Gotta
40
give you 40.
correct?
40 now. Give him 40.
But he's meant to give me 80.
80. Yeah.
So he gives me 40K more.
Yeah.
Apparently the dealer said you only gave me 40 when he's
That's
supposed
what
to
he
give me
gave
80.
now. This is exactly the chips you gave him.
Yeah. So
Perfect.
try to scam.
The blinds are too hard. The 40-80 is so.
We got there.
You've just been playing 10-20 for 4 matches, and all of a sudden you decided to 4x the stakes. Yeah, it's going to get a little confusing out there. Understandable.
Raise 200.
The pre-flop open is 200K, called by Bjorn Lee.
Check.
Top pair versus the flush draw. You know what's crazy for me is that these pre-flop raises, single raise pots, are what the 3-bet pots were. 400K.
It's true. Just 200 straight off the bat.
Interesting. From Bjorn Lee. Goes for a check raise north of min with queen 8. Trying to invite some loose action from Ossi Ketola.
Yeah, it's an interesting play. You don't expect either players to have many deuces. Does kind of look bluff heavy. The risk here is we're inviting a lot of action, and we don't have a great kicker with our queen.
So 1.3 million in the middle. 7 is a pretty good card for Bjorn Lee. No diamond comes in, no overcard.
Yeah, very safe, but I don't think we're guaranteed to see turn action.
The check raise check line. Top pair, not something you see too often. He must expect that there's a lot of floats that are going to stab when check 2 for him to make this play.
Well, when we don't have a great kicker to go with the top pair, that's definitely the right way to manage this spot. Allow some of the weaker hands to put in bluffs, and don't overinflate this pot against a dominating queen.
Nice restraint shown by Ketola with the flush draw.
After check, might see Lee try to extract value from like ace high, low pocket pairs. He's got the 8 of diamonds, which makes it harder for Ossi to have some bluff if he checks to him again. Fewer missed flush draws available.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hence why he's going for value.
800.
800K.
Not many options there for Monarch on the end.
Yeah, Monarch is down 3.5 million this match. 4 million overall on the day. If you include the results from earlier. If he can beat Bjorn Lee in this match, though, he would end the day up 4 million. But if he loses, he'll be down 12 million to Bjorn Lee.
Check.
Both players with a heart. Bigger heart in Bjorn's hand, but a big pair for Ossi. Pair queens.
Bet 80.
Half pot the minimum here in a limped pot.
Did a little double gutter for Bjorn Lee. 7 or 10 would make a straight for him. Still has that decent heart.
Tempting one to bluff. No showdown value. Good removal. This hoping to clear out pairs that don't have hearts as backup.
230.
This pair does have a heart as backup, but it's a very small heart, the deuce of hearts.
Still think that makes a big enough difference for Ossi to want to continue here on the turn.
Right, just in case you're up against like a straight or 2 pair. So another check call. Pot now 800,000. River card's a 3. So just 1 pair, no kicker for Ketola.
Check.
Bjorn likely to keep bluffing here. No showdown value, blank river. You've represented strength the whole way. And it's very credible.
Attacking some weaker pairs with a straight draw or flush draw. Maybe hands like 10-9.
Wouldn't be surprised if large sizes are in the cards here for Lee.
5 seconds. That's 700.
Would you call that a large size? 700 to 800? And he's
Object-
getting snapped off. Well played, Ossi Ketola.
Huge call.
Huge call. $2.2 million pot heading his way. Back to
Again?
home.
Again, Bjorn mucking there, and I'd like to just kind of call back to that idea. I'm surprised to see a few times he's just kind of passed on the opportunity to collect information at Showdown. And we've seen that a couple of pretty light calls that Aussi's made are going unnoticed now.
Yeah, I guess he feels that the information he reveals is
Raise 200.
more noteworthy for Ossi than vice versa. But, you know,
I
kind of agree with you. I think
Yeah.
he can use the information slightly better.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine
Check.
that Bjorn wouldn't be able to make something out of that information.
Does have a situation where he's very fortunate with trip kings against middle pair strong kicker.
Check.
The jack shows up. Complicates things for the 9.
Just check calling on the flop. The king 4 suited. Bjorn had check raised earlier and not shown it down. He could have played off of that image, but here just taking the passive line with 3 of a kind. Maybe why Aussi's comfortable betting thin on the turn. I think he expects queen 9 to still be the best hand a good chunk of the time.
And to be fair, it probably would be. Kicker would play against another 9. Could be some ace highs. And comes check call for king 4.
Check.
Other thing to note is that Bjorn saw Ossi triple barrel, top pair no kicker early on in round 1, round 2. Forget exactly.
Right.
So he's maybe expecting continued aggression too thin, and this queen 9 is a perfect example of that. This is a hand that needs to check back the river. Action reopened. Bjorn at least calling with trip kings.
Yeah, it seems very ambitious to get called by a worse 9 only. It could be the jack X you lose to. Or the king, of course. This pot's going to be very costly for Ketola. And in comes the check raise. 1.1 million.
Not a huge raise. You can pretty clearly map it to the strength of this hand. Bjorn understands where he's at.
Yeah, he realized he can only get called by like a jack, hopefully. So don't want to raise too big. But will a 9 get curious? It's really giving this some thought.
King.
And he bet calls it off. Big, big pot for Bjorn Lee. He's crushing this match. He's already up $4 million in match number 5. Add that to his 2 wins earlier. That means he's up $8 million at the moment. And he wants to get the last $4 million from Ossi Ketola.
That was really nicely executed by Bjorn.
Not getting too greedy with the raise size.
It's just so easy to go back to the same moves. And he's shown a lot of variety in how he's willing to play different hand strengths. Being aggressive at different nodes, trapping sometimes. I think because he's keeping Ossi guessing, I mean, an example there of him getting paid far more than I believe he would have if he just played it up front aggressive, the way that most players have
16.
played their value against Ossi.
Raise 160.
Yeah, that seemed like a very ambitious goal there, and now Ossi has decided to 3-bet Queen 9 suited to 600,000 as a response to losing that big hand.
And a response to getting dealt Queen 9 suited. A beautiful hand.
Bit of both. Looks like he's stacking his chips in 10 counts.
Pass.
I approve, Randy. Nicely organized.
It's business time. The buy-in's $8 million apiece for this game.
Pass. Raise 20.
Deuce 4 suited versus 10-3 of clubs.
Oh.
And goes 2 black chips.
Check.
10-3 of clubs picks up the flush draw against bottom pair. Couple diamonds working as well. Is Bjorn gonna attack?
Another probe opportunity. Lee has been reasonably aggressive in these spots with low showdown value.
Bet 20.
This 10 high flush draw no different.
Full pot.
Pass.
It's gonna work.
Yeah. Downs the 4. Well done, Bjorn Lee. That early lead with the pocket queens against 10-9 of diamonds, giving him this big advantage.
Call.
Call. Check. Check. Check.
Couple checks.
Check. Bet 100. Pass.
Another nice bluff from Bjorn on the turn. No equity in position. Just going after the Broadway board.
Four.
Yeah, he's 10 off suit.
Raise 250.
250 gonna feel kind of tempting for 9-6 off. Still maybe just a weak enough hand to hit the muck. Bjorn's playing patient.
Well, patience is being rewarded for Bjorn Lee. Been playing some very solid poker. And just stepping out of line at the right times.
Did see a few asking in the chat. We are here commentating with you live. Randy Liu. and Kevin Rabichow. This match went on late last night.
160.
Raise 160. Pass.
Looking at round 5. After 4 $2 million matches. This 5th round. Can't quite call it
stakes.
can't call it double or nothing, but you know, they played for 8 million total across 4 matches, and then they're like, yeah, why not just 8 million all at once?
Yeah. Let's play 4 matches in one. 3-bet for Bjorn Lee.
700.
Pocket tens. This hand could go to war for $4 million apiece if it wants to.
I saw Queen 9 off take a stand.
King 9 does not believe and makes the call. There's already 1.4 in the middle. That board texture. Not of much interest for Monarch. 1 overcard to the 2 tens.
Bet 350.
350,000, retaining control. It's a quarter pot. C-bet.
Tempting for Ossi.
Wow, he's floating with just King 9 high.
Not a lot of equity here.
Nope. He turns the 9. This is trouble for Ketola. There's 2.1 million in the pot. 2.7 back.
Check.
Bjorn, gonna check it. Very tricky spot with the pair of 9s. No heart in hand.
Monarch will have the best hand fairly often here, but it's hard to put in additional and get called by worse. Maybe weaker pocket pairs with a heart. Something
Checks
like
it.
ace of hearts on its own.
Well, Bjorn can find a value bet with 2 tens. King 9 is gonna strongly consider call.
Yeah, Bjorn might be getting trapped once in a while, but pocket 10's often good. You think you'd hear from a queen either on flop and turn at this stack depth.
475.
475,000. I don't see how Ketola could fold for this price.
No, it looks like we're even value catching.
Showdown, please.
Mandatory call.
$3 million pot over to Bjorn Lee. He's sitting on 13.7 million in front of him. Just brutal as Ossi Ketola only has $2.3 million back. This could be a quick one if Ossi can't turn it around soon. Excellent bet size from Bjorn Lee.
160.
Raise 160.
Ketola making the call, King 6 suited.
Check. Bet 110.
110K. Is King 6 suited enough to continue?
Looks good enough to me.
Yeah, he's in there. He turns a gut shot. So does Bjorn Lee.
Ace 3 was kind of protection stabbing at this flop. Now maybe going to consider bluffing on turn. Monarch checks it over to Bjorn.
He's going for check call lead with king 6. 225k. Now it's quite tricky for Bjorn.
This is a nice find from Ossi. We've seen this mostly for value from him, on turn specifically. Here finding a card that generally connects with his range. Putting a little pressure on ace high. I think the gut shot should be enough to convince Bjorn to stick around. Just calling in position.
River card's the jack. So no one with a pair. If Ossi can fire one more bet, surely that gets the job done. But then again, it's so hard to do so. What if your opponent's just sitting on a queen and you're just burning chips? You've only got so much ammo remaining. 1.8 million back. Oh, he's reaching. 400k. It looks credible as a finish value bet.
It does. It feels like even some of the bluffs like Jack 9 or Jack 10 could have gotten here, and now betting 40% pot. Convincing story. Enough to get the ace high to fold.
So a little bit of life for Monarch. Both players with queen 6 offsuit. Good enough for Bjorn Lee to make the call. A little flush draw for Bjorn Lee. Doesn't stab. So he does make the flush. Now has to determine, is it better for him to bet for value himself or try to induce a bluff? Looks like he will be betting. I mean, this makes sense if your opponent has called you in the past with king, queen high on a 4 flush. There could be some random pairs that might get curious.
Yeah, there is a really aggressive dynamic on 4 flush boards between these two. Have to kind of just keep going for value when you actually have it.
Little top pair for Ossi. Looks like he's going to be able to pick up at least one big blind from Bjorn. Pot now at 320k.
Not looking like the best hand to bluff turn with.
Oh, he's gonna try. Guess he expects his opponent to overfold a 9 or a 6.
Yeah, I think this just an exploitative attempt. Certainly Bjorn not expecting Ossi to fold top pair, but maybe just passing too often with weaker bluff catchers.
So 920 is the pot size. Ketola makes the call with top pair. Action on Ossi Ketola. A little bit of 7-8 got there.
And that might tempt Bjorn to bluff against check here. He has a 7 in his hand. It's the kind of draw we expect Ketola to have never hit.
All in.
Wow, Bjorn Lean has gone all in on a bluff, 2x pot. He's asking Ketola for the last 2.1 million. And Ketola only has a pair of kings with a 4 kicker.
I don't know, Randy. Ossi's been pretty willing to call rivers. It's gone well for him in this match.
But this is gross because if he calls and he's wrong against a 2x pot, he's down another $8 million. And he folds the best hand. Bjorn Lee, another well-timed bluff. And Bjorn is so tough to play against. He just knows when to go for it.
I was on the fence about that turn bluff, Randy, but the river bluff just executed to perfection, really.
You know it,
No way that a smaller size gets top pair to fold.
right? Give himself the best chance for fold equity. A work of art, that hand was.
Check.
This one gonna be a limp pot.
Check.
Club draw belongs to Ketola.
Check.
Open-ended now.
Bet 210.
An overbet.
Pass.
That'll work. It's so fun watching Bjorn Lee play. Some regard him as the best no-limit hold'em heads-up player out there. See him in action. Biggest televised cash game. It's amazing. Here we do have King 9
Check.
versus Ace 4. Interesting one.
Bet 200.
It's gonna be half pot.
Bjorn's drawing to the better end of the straight with King 9. Good enough price to continue.
Well, it's the bottom end of the straight that gets there. In the hands of Ossi Ketola.
Check.
No spade in hand. No interference with pairs. I think Monarch will want to continue to charge Bjorn to see the river.
This pot is oh so important for Ossi Ketola. Doesn't want to give a free card off. Take that one, sir. Advantage Bjorn Lee with top pair. Type of hand that can get multiple streets of value.
Bet 80.
Starts with 80. It's also a limp pot. So can't see how the deuce folds.
Pure blank, 5 of spades.
Likely gonna go for more value against the 10x.
Yeah, you'd think most stronger top pairs are just fast playing at this stack depth.
Bet 240.
Bjorn splashes out 240,000.
Just a pair of deuces.
Not a mandatory call. Bjorn been so aggressive lately, though. Ossi probably getting the sense that he's increased his aggression with bluffs. Gets away correctly from that one.
Man, Ketola, he's unable to find a slot to get back in this match as of late.
Check.
This hand going to be king high versus the queen high.
Check.
Well, the queen high picked up a flush draw.
Check. Check.
Both players still with showdown value.
Check.
Yeah, king high versus queen high. I don't know, maybe king high can go for a little value.
I think I'd like to see a bet.
Bet 350.
There you go.
Almost full pot.
It might get looked up.
Pass.
Doesn't though.
Raise 160.
Let's see if king 10 suited wants to play for more.
Raise.
You know it does. 500K. It's the re-raise.
Pass.
And ace queen would certainly love a way to get chips in there. Opens the door to 200,000.
Call.
Going to be a single raise spot.
Check.
It's a pretty strong top pair. Practically top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, very few scenarios that ace-queen not the best hand on this board. Large bets were available, but for 100K, Bjorn might choose to continue with king 9 high.
It's crossing his mind. Certainly would love a heart in hand. But he's reading into the small sizing as weakness. So that's actually really nice timing for Ketola to scale back with the sizing on that flop with such a strong hand.
Yeah, this has to be just an attempt to clear out perceived bluffs and maybe marginal value hands.
Yeah, I think he's seen Ossi just bet big with a lot of value hands before and try to attack. Just the wrong timing. Pot now $1,000,000. Looking grim for Bjorn Lee, drawing dead.
Check.
The one and done.
Yeah. Lee is convinced.
Bet 500. Pass.
Take that pot. Brings his stack up to $3.4 million.
$160.
Raise 160. Pass. 8.
Can Monarch find a way to get back in this match?
Raise 200.
Jack 4 clubs.
Four. Check.
Not much here.
Check.
Well, that leads Ketola to check back, and Bjorn picks up open-ended with 8-6. I expect him to lead at this pot.
Bet 125.
Makes it 125K. That'll win it. Cheap bluff, that works.
$160.
Raise 160.
Sixes might go for more chips.
We've seen Ossi jam sometimes off of sub 50 big blinds with the low pairs.
Yeah.
There it is.
He's like, let's run it.
Pass.
Clears out 48% equity. I think Bjorn would have called a smaller 3-bet.
Raise 200. Call.
King 7 versus the Jack 6 of hearts. And Jack 6 of hearts flops a flush against top 2 pair.
Randy, this could be over.
This could be over because Ketola's going to love his hand. How can he not?
Bet 300.
And he c-bets 300K.
That's going to jump out at Bjorn. Unusually large size on the monotone flop. If he reads this as strength, check raise small is reasonable. But you've also just seen Ketola willing to continue firing both with thin value and with bluffs. Why shut him out?
He slow plays and it's the king on the turn. Ketola's got a full house. What a fortunate turn card to likely give him a full double against the flop flush.
This is a nasty cooler, Randy.
Yes, it is. The poker god shining down on Ossi Ketola.
Once this board runs out, 4 to a flush or double paired,
Bet 700.
I think all this money is headed Monarch's way.
700K is the price. I mean, there's a chance Bjorn just check raises, thinking Ketola's committed with a king. Possible.
It's true, a naked king might get away on certain rivers. And will feel committed with...
All in.
He jams and Ketola. He's got the full house, makes the call. Flush is no good, sir. There was no king or 7. Bjorn could have closed this one out. And instead, the $6.5 million pot goes to Ossi Ketola. Monarch, he's back in this match. Oh, that's got to be deflating for Bjorn Lee. And instantly, the electrolytes are on request.
So
Dengi siunaus.
26, 27, 2775.
Mentally shooken, maybe? Or you think he's all right? Bjorn Lee, that is.
To be determined. I mean, these are big stakes even
How
for
much was the total pot?
an experienced high-stakes player, no doubt. But things have been going pretty smooth. There you just run into what feels like a cooler. I think those are a little easier to shake off than like, oh, I ran this huge bluff and I got caught. This
Right.
one just like, well, I had a flush with a jack and a 6.
Yeah, if you look
I was
back at
gonna,
it,
anyone was gonna lose all their money there, right?
of course. He still has the lead. He's been playing amazing.
Check.
Let's just continue this game. And the game we have King 5 with the best hand, momentum. Starting to go Ketola's way.
Check. Check. Check.
Not the greatest board for King 5. No chips have gone in just yet post flop.
Check. Check. Showdown.
King.
Fortunate run out for Bjorn. Loses the minimum with bottom pair.
Right.
Or 3 suited versus King 6 suited.
Oh.
Thought about whether he wanted to 3-bet or not. Oh, both player has a flush draw.
Check.
If a diamond drops. Oh my god, it's a diamond. Bjorn Lee has the flush, the nut flush versus 4-3 diamonds, the inferior flush.
Reversing the cooler.
Check. 350.
How does he not lose all of his chips here? 350K.
This another chance for Bjorn to slow play potentially and allow a big river bet to come in before announcing the strength of his hand. But if he reads this as strong, why not just raise now?
He is going to raise now.
Raise. 875.
It's a small check raise. Doesn't want to lose his customer. Just
Yeah.
in case he's on one pair.
This is cheap. And might even convince Monarch that he's still got the best hand against some kind of 2-pair. 8-9.
Just calls for now. River card brings the ace. That's a little bit worrisome because full houses just got there, and you know we just saw a full house versus flush situation not too long ago.
I also think this is going to stop Bjorn from trying to go after full stacks in this pot. He's going to be worried that Monarch has some ace-10, ace-7.
But with the small check raise, there is still the naked ace X that's now trips that he can get a lot of value from.
Bet 2 million.
2 million. How does Ossi Ketola get away? He's got a flush. Pot size bet. We've seen him make some amazing folds, but not here
Huh?
today.
Flush.
That is
That's brutal. $6 million pot for Bjorn Lee. And all that profit from the King 7 gone just like that.
160.
Raise 160. Oh,
Two overs and a gut shot for Ossi. And he leads out 100K.
Ace 3 with the covered draw here. 5 would be clean.
Has to be a acceptable turn card for Ketola. Now top pair.
the 325. Pass.
No more interest in that one for Bjorn.
Nope, can't blame him.
Excuse me, can I have a Coke Zero? Yeah. Thank you.
Coke Zero for Bjorn Lee. Go ahead and deliver that, Kevin. Whenever you have time.
300. Pass.
On it.
On it. Cool. Can you go any faster? The man doesn't have his Coke Zero yet. King Queen suited versus 10-8 suited.
16, 160.
Raise
It's
160.
pretty far to travel, Randy. I'm running back in time.
Okay.
Just give me a little,
Boot up the time machine.
yeah.
Look at this. 500K is the 3-bet with 10-8 suited and King Queen suited. Certainly gonna at least call in this spot.
Does feel like calling makes the most sense. I don't believe that 4-betting can get value with King Queen suited.
So $1 million in the middle. And Bjorn in great shape. Pair of queens. Open in the straight draw. Ketola just bottom pair.
I think Bjorn's hand is worth value. 50 big blinds effective. Maybe we'd be more cautious with the full 8 million in play.
Right, just in case your opponent has an ace king, but here you're not as worried. Looks like it's gonna get called by 10-8. $1.8 million now in the pot. Turn card is the 10. Ossi Ketola has tripped 10s out of nowhere.
Starting to look like another cooler.
It's starting to look like Ossi is considering a lead with the
All
trip
in.
10s. He just jams. Bjorn's like, seriously?
Wow.
$3 million jam into 1.8 million. It's an over bet.
Count, please.
Bjorn needs a count, and rightfully so.
This is very hard to get away from. Ace high flush draw realistic. Nothing stopping Ossi from having check called a weaker flush draw as well. As the pot grows, we've seen Monarch willing to commit the rest of his chips with draws before. Wasn't that long ago that Bjorn got in 2-pair against a straight flush draw.
Big concerns about the 10 for Bjorn Lee. He does have a straight draw, which might be enough to get him curious to go along with the queen.
Call.
He makes the call. $7.8 million pot. Ossi, a huge favorite. Bjorn needs an ace, a queen, or a 9. What a massive spot. It's the 7. Ossi Ketola. has ran his stack up to $7.8 million with that pot. Monarchs, he's in the zone.
Stacks refreshed, Randy.
And he's the type of guy who can get so much value when he makes a hand.
Elias. Elias. Haista vittu. Mitä? Mitä vittu?
That's a tough one to swallow if you're Bjorn Lee.
It's Telvidier sweating in the background. I imagine some trash talk being exchanged there.
Think so? Queen 3 offsuit now versus the King 7. I just can't believe we're back to starting stacks for both players, and starting stacks is $8 million apiece.
Check.
Bjorn back on the grind with top pair. Still has top pair.
The 3. Pass.
Bjorn looks like he's still thinking about that last pot.
He's only up 400,000 this match now. It was up like 6 million or so.
Feels bad.
Feels bad, man. But feels good when you get 2 kings on the puck. Pair of 7s for Ossi Ketola. Gonna get into some trouble, as the kings should be looking to build a pot.
The 3 and the
3/4 spot, that's a big bet.
pass.
Makes the call, already $1 million in there. Jack of hearts. Both players have a flush draw.
Check.
I think Lee will continue seeking value with the backup of the King of Hearts. Not a pretty turn card for 2 kings.
Does bet 700,000. Tricky spot for 7-6. Unclear which outs you're looking for.
Do think the hand qualifies for continuation. Monarch has folded stuff like this in the past, but he's hanging tight.
$2.4 million. The 8 changes things. A 9 would make a straight. Is it going to be one of those Monarch leads? And I feel like it would be credible to be a 9, but he will check.
Check. Showdown, please.
Very fortunate for Bjorn Lee. He did not want to face a lead in that spot.
No. Would have been very tough to put on the cape. But I think it's still good to see that Monarch has like the self-control to not lead every single river spot.
Yeah,
Understandable showdown there with the 7. You do still beat some bluffs.
he's not a maniac. He's just a man that's willing to put on $8 million in a single match.
Raise 200.
I feel like Bjorn's got that look, that I'm going to 3-bet bluff you right now look.
No, well, you know, an orange chip.
Raise 8.
That means it's more. 800,000.
Pass.
Gotcha. Well, guys, I hope you guys are enjoying this content. Glued to the screen.
16.
Raise 160.
5 deuce suited versus ace 5 of clubs. Hesitation to a 3-bet.
800.
Would be light to continue 5 deuce suited. especially after min raise. 10 big blinds, kind of expensive. Bjorn does fold.
If you guys are enjoying this, thumbs up, subscribe, let us know in the chat, on the social media channels. 9s and pocket 8s. Oh man,
Raise 20.
chips could just go in.
Bjorn not a lock to 3-bet this, but if he does, setting up a cooler confrontation.
Bjorn is going to 3-bet
Raise
Kevin to 800,000, and we've
Call it.
seen spots where he just jams. Is the 8s going to call it off? Because if it does, it's going to be the biggest pot in televised history.
Count, please.
A count is requested.
Ossi
Can he find the fold with 2 8s?
Ossi jammed so fast here. Maybe a chance for Bjorn to get away.
But Ossi was also jammed fast with weak hands before. So it's $5.5 more million.
3, 5, 6, 6.2.
Can tell he hates this. Saw Monarch jam pocket queens the other day. You know this could be top of range.
Or it could be bottom of range. What you gonna do, Bjorn Lee? Action's on you.
This would be a massive
I
fold.
call.
He calls the biggest pot in televised history, $12.7 million.
Biggest pot.
Outpit by 1. Bjorn needs an 8 to close this match.
Don't hit it.
Monarch requesting to not let his opponent hit the 8. Onto a flop. 10, 7, 6, 2 hearts. Exchange the outs from 8s to 9s. %, for Bjorn Lee. 3 on the turn. One more chance for Bjorn Lee. 2 9s in the deck. $12.7 million pot. Tension building. River card. It's the deuce. Ossi Ketola, Monarch, wins the biggest
What time
pot
is it now?
in televised history.
So this is 5,
20 past 4.
6,
Place it. Okay.
50.
No. So last game then. Yeah, no. So
5,
This match isn't over yet, Ossi.
The match is not over, but it's very close, given what
how big was the total pot?
his opponent has left.
So your all-in was 6.350. So that's everything that's in the box. Double.
Now that's got to be deflating for Bjorn Lee, Kevin.
It's especially hard, Randy, when he still can't be sure if it was the right call. You know, that flush versus full house hand, I was saying, you shrug. Whatever, I know I played it fine, it's just a cooler. That one feeling like he maybe had control over it.
Well, he needs to move on. He still has 3.3 million. We've seen Ossi Ketola run up a smaller stack in this very specific match. He's got 7-6 suited versus Queen 10 suited. Diamonds covered.
Raise 300.
300K from Ossi Ketola. It feels like 7-6 of diamonds needs to call in position, right?
Oh yeah, well strong enough to call, Randy. We're headed to a flop.
And if we do head to a flop, it'll be 600K in the middle, which we do. Bjorn's flop, an open-ended straight draw. Maybe an opportunity for him to get back in this match. Ossi, though, quickly checking queen 10 high. And a check back from Bjorn.
Yeah, Bjorn doesn't want to face check raise at this stack depth. Low open ender. 3 million back. Just hoping to improve or get checked to a couple of times.
Well, Ossi's betting with queen high. What did he make it? 375.
Still a clear call in position for Bjorn. We got a clean open ender. If we are behind, and sometimes we get checked to on the river and get the chance to bluff.
Right on. 1.35 is the pot. Makes the best hand with the pair of sixes. But will that pair be put to the test by Ossi Ketola? A lot of orange chips in hand.
It'd be a bit unusual to be all in here. Maybe some smaller size.
He bets 1.5 million. It's north of pot.
1.5 is nice still. Representing an ace pretty consistently, I think.
Especially with the way he plays. Ketola could just have a naked ace. Doesn't have to be 2 pair plus to bet this size, right?
No, any ace for sure.
Bjorn has the best hand with a pair of sixes. He can make this call. He's back in the match.
5 seconds.
The time pressure. And he folds.
Nice bluff.
Nice bluff confirmed. Ketola eyeballing his opponent's stacks.
40.
Oh, sevens doesn't even get a chance to 3-bet.
Just limping with queen 6 suited. Chance for Monarch to see a free flop.
Flop's coming.
Check. Check. Check.
More checking. No more checking.
Pass.
Ace 3. Should just win this pre-flop.
Raise. Run. Pass.
But how lucky are we, Kevin, to be here getting to witness 8-figure pots? What a day.
It's
8
getting
figures.
it's getting absurd, Randy.
It is absurd.
Where do we go from here?
Well, you know, if Bjorn Lee can run it back up, we could eclipse the biggest pot ever.
Pass. 40.
More rubbish. Okay, here comes the crabs.
Check.
I'm doing what now?
The Krabachows in Bjorn's hand.
Check.
It's got the best hand.
Check.
5 high.
Check.
Checking.
Check. That's 150.
Bottom of range bluffing in the check down spot. You're not going to be able to call with 2 3s.
Oh, you didn't want to represent the Krabachows?
Pass. 40.
You can kind of feel that Ossi is not trying to let his man get back in this match. You know, it's only, oh, I would say only 2.5 million or so left that he needs to collect.
5 to 1 lead. Thereabout.
You having fun?
Yeah.
Do you
Best game
have
in
him?
the world.
Huh?
Best game in the world. Heads up.
I agree.
You having fun?
It's a decent sizing. It's pretty fun.
It's more fun when you're holding the stack.
160,000.
In the biggest game ever on TV. Pair of 8s now for Bjorn Lee.
Check.
Two pair versus the double gutter.
Check.
Ossi checks it over. We've seen him check call hands of this strength in the past.
Wow, a check back from two pair. Unusual. Ketola might stab here. Thinking 10 high is most likely not good.
I don't know how you don't bet here in Monarch's seat. Seems very credible.
Five seconds. Check.
Gives up. Wow, that is some great restraint in that spot. Because Bjorn was going to snap off most bet sizes.
Bets. 320,000.
Goes for full pot, and Monarch has yet to fold his hand. There it goes.
It's all about asking your opponent if they're having fun after they just lost a $12 million pot.
I'm definitely using that one. Like, the next time I bust someone.
Yeah, you having fun? As they're getting up from their seat. Even better if it's like a bad beat.
Yeah, you cooler them, double through, you're still at the same table.
Raise. 200,000.
Bjorn's got king queen offsuit. Is it a hand worthy of 3-betting off of 2.7 million?
Could just jam.
He just jams.
2.5x. A lot of dead money out there. I like that choice. If you go for the smaller 3-bet, you still just call it off.
Raise. 160,000.
Ace jack suited, raise and take.
Raise 200,000. Fold.
No, thank you. Dirty diaper.
Fold.
Player's not looking to give extra small blinds, giving walks at the moment. And sevens and ace-8 suited. Chips could go in here, Kevin. He's only playing 3 million back.
Raise 160.
And I feel like Ketola's going to 3-bet this hand. Oh, he just puts them all in.
5 million.
Sevens. Is it going to call off for $3 million against the 2 overs?
Call.
He makes the call. A $6 million coin flip here. Ketola needs an ace or an 8 or diamonds to finish this match. Bjorn, all in, slight favorite.
He doesn't look happy about it.
How can he? He's on a coin flip for $6 million bucks. Let's see a flop, Kevin. Oh my God, it's 10, 8, 3, 2 diamonds. He's got the pair, the nut flush draw. Only 2 sevens in the deck.
Win this one.
Could be very tough.
Never know.
The 3 on the turn means he needs a 7. And that's it. Ossi Ketola, Monarch, has won this $8 million apiece match. $16 million. He beats Bjorn Lee. And Bjorn, he's got to be crushed.
Yeah. That's quite a feeling, Randy, to be comfortably up 3-1 leading into that super high stakes match at the end, and to be up, what, 13 million versus 3 million in the final round still. You just get all those all-in coolers. That's a nasty way for that to turn out for Bjorn.
Yeah, it hurts. You know, Bjorn, he was up $4 million going to that match, and all of a sudden, Ossi Ketola asked for it $8 million apiece. So he wasn't free rolling, and then in the end, you know, he had Ossi down to several million, like you mentioned. He got those ultimate cooler, especially the one where he flopped the Jack High flush against King 7. Turn was a full house. I don't know, man. Can Bjorn recover from a situation like this? It's going to be a brutal night of sleep for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sleepless night ahead, I have to imagine. I mean, rumor has it he jumped in the 100K PLO main. So, maybe aiming for a quick recovery there. Bjorn's a grinder. I mentioned before, he's been in this game for a long time, and I think he's going to bounce back eventually. But this one hurts.
Yeah, this one certainly hopes. But huge congratulations to Monarch, ending today up $4 million in profit against one of the best No Limit Hold'em heads-up players, Bjorn Lee, Asian Flushy, and we got to thank Triton for giving us that opportunity to watch these million-dollar matches. You know, it's just a thing that usually you hear about, but it's always in a private room. But to have that opportunity, I'm just so happy to be a part of it. And Kevin, I agree that you too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So coverage. It's not over. We still have the Triton PLO main event, $100,000 buy-in. So don't go anywhere. We are going to have to close down the stream and reboot things. It will take about 15 minutes, but just stay there, and we'll see you soon for the 100K main that has Phil Ivey and Alex Foxen.